What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, December 1st, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, little bro stays little bro. Texas takes down Texas A&M on Black Friday, spoiling the Aggies' undefeated season. Will it be enough to get the Longhorns into the college football playoff? We will recap everything from Friday night and talk about the Horns' CFP chances here on a Monday. Plus, the latest and greatest from a wild college football coaching carousel. Lane Kiffin to LSU. Auburn has made a hire. Arkansas has made a hire. Kentucky is about to make a fire. We've got all sorts of things happening around college football. We will recap the NFL weekend, including a huge win for the Houston Texans in Indy yesterday, and plenty more to recap from the Thanksgiving weekend. Hope everyone had a fantastic Thanksgiving holiday. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. And thank you for starting your new weeks off with us. Buck, it's good to see you, my man. How are you this morning?
I am cold. It's cold outside, brother. It is no joke out there. I got out there yesterday and thought I'd go for a nice little 1.5 mile walk. I got a half mile into it and said, "You're soft. Get out of here." My hands were freezing. I was walking into the wind. I mean, it was windy yesterday on the track. You know, it was cold yesterday. So now I think it's even colder today. I don't see that much. I don't see the wind kicking up like it was yesterday, but it looks to be cold out there. And I ain't going out there messing around. Old people don't like the cold. I'm not messing around in it today. Other than that, I'm good. Other than that, there's fresh air to be breathed out there. So I'll stick my head out the back here soon and take a big, deep breath of fresh air. But that's about it. I don't want to be hanging outside today. My body's still sore.
Currently 42, feels like 39.
So it's 39 degrees out
in Austin, Texas, and the high today is 49. So we will not crack 50, at least according to the weather guessers, Buck.
Yeah, burn pile day could be if it's not windy, but I don't know if I could stand around it, even stand around there. I may jump into the fire.
That's not a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea, but I don't like I said yesterday, I thought, I went out in shorts, BK, for the walk yesterday. I thought I was going to tough it out and put a little hoodie on and go out there with nothing on my hands. Two laps in, I'm going to tell you, a half mile into my walk, I was like, anybody around here to see me quit? There was this one dude jogging he had his leggings on and a pair of shorts over, and he was huffing it. I mean, I'm walking, he's like huffing it. He's already lapped me like 3 or 4 times. And I get on the back part of the track where he doesn't see me, and I slide right off the track back to my car. There was just no way.
Yeah, just a quick Irish goodbye, hoping no one sees you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my knees started to get it was like a little toy soldier. It just wouldn't start. It wouldn't move. I didn't have enough oil in there. And I said, plus my hands are freezing. And once my hands get cold, that's it. You know how that is. You can't hide them anywhere. Trying to put them inside my little hoodie. That didn't work because then I had I can't time up my steps and everything else. I need everything. I need this machine to be well oiled and perfect. Every movement has to be perfect. I can't have anything off, because if I have anything off and go down, there's only the one dude running that track, and he's not going to screw up his laps to come help an old dude. He's going to keep his laps going.
No, you're on your own there.
Yeah, but that's all right. I made it, came back, did some weightlifting stuff, but then I sat around like you're supposed to do during the holidays, and it was fabulous. It was fabulous. It was a nice day watching football yesterday, and once again, I've got FUBU, and they're in cahoots with now NBC, so I don't get the Sunday night game. But by that time, I was ready. It's been a long time just sitting up and watching TV, so I was ready for bed.
There you go. All right. Yeah. Sounds like, for the most part, a successful holiday weekend for you.
It certainly was. I hope everybody had a good holiday weekend, spent some time with their family, and got to see folks maybe they haven't seen in a while. But it was nice. It wasn't that I guess Saturday was nice. Saturday night game. Okay, I had talked to you a little bit of drizzle, maybe a little ongoing drops here and there, but nothing, no real rain, huh?
Well, the game was on Friday night.
Friday, yeah, Friday. Did you get any like real rain during the game?
Now, a mist and a drizzle pretty much throughout the game on Friday, but nothing that was uncomfortable at DKR.
Yeah, because the weather, it was warm. It was warm enough, I thought.
Yeah, it wasn't that cold outside. I mean, it wasn't like it is this morning here in Austin. So,
It was a mob scene down there at Schultz. I mean, it was that whole thing. It took me, like you said, it was going to take me 20 minutes. It took me a half hour to get to the light there from
mhm.
300 yards away.
Yeah, I mean, it was an insane atmosphere around and inside DKR on Friday night, and it should have been. Look, it was the first Lone Star Showdown here in Austin in 15 years, and obviously there was a lot on the line for both teams. You figured the crowd would show up, and it did. I mean, that was one of the best atmospheres that I have ever been a part of at DKR. It was
It's a
so
different
much
place when the Aggies come to town. It's different.
yeah, fourth largest crowd in DKR history, but maybe the loudest crowd again that I've ever been a part of in
Really, they
my
were
DKR
loud and
history.
proud, huh?
Yeah, yeah, and obviously in the second half there was a lot to cheer about. So, and look, the Texas crowd made an impact. It wasn't wine and cheese like on Friday night. I mean, A&M had a false start on a fourth down that was crowd aided. There was a delay of game on a fourth down that may have been crowd aided, and the Aggies made some mistakes because they couldn't hear. And it was, not often is DKR considered one of the most hostile environments in college football, but Friday
No.
night, and you told me this, Bug. I'll give you credit. You had obviously been a part of this game as a coach a few times back in your heyday, and you had told me it's just different when the Aggies are here. And I had never gotten to experience a Longhorn Aggie game in person, and you were absolutely right. It was just a different feel and a different crowd than what I've been used to seeing here in
Yeah,
Austin.
it's almost like you're like an Aggie. You're standing up during the game. There's no time to sit down in that game. It's stand up. It's loud. It's intense. You feel it on the inside. You got Aggies. They're all around you. I mean, everywhere you look, they were everywhere. They were everywhere in this town because there's a lot of Aggies in this town. But
Yeah.
the atmosphere of that game here, the two bands are absolutely spectacular. I mean, did you get a chance to watch was the halftime okay to you? I know you don't care about halftime shows, but I mean, was it? I mean, that band, their band was here, correct?
Yeah, the Aggie band was here and they suck. Their performance was terrible. All they do is just like walk back and forth. It looks like Hitler leading a bunch of Nazis
Does it
across the
really?
field.
I
Yeah,
enjoy.
Texas is doing all these cool formations. They're playing all these cool songs, and A&M's just like walking around just in lines. And I get it. And the formations are cool. And if you're a band geek, you love what they're doing, but it wasn't entertaining at all. It was just
Yeah,
watching people walk back and forth in like squares and rectangles.
yeah. It just adds to the excitement to me. I mean, I love pageant. I like college football atmosphere and bands like those when those two get together. I always thought that was one of the cool parts. Of being a part of being on this in the football program. But
Yeah.
it was. I mean, you could see it on TV. I mean, there must not there couldn't have been an empty seat in there. That place was just like I said. But there are way too many Aggies around here.
Yeah.
Way too many. Good
Well,
morning, the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. I hope you got an opportunity to be with your families. If not, we still thank you so very much for what you do for us. To you and your families, please be safe out there.
yes, indeed. Well said, as always. Yeah, I mean, there was a decent smattering of Aggie fans in the crowd, but I know when the Longhorns played in College Station last year, there was a decent smattering of burnt orange at
Sure.
Kyle Field last year. So, look, when these schools are only a couple of hours away, that's going to happen every year, right? I mean, there's no way to keep all of them out of our stadium. There's no way to keep all of us out of their stadium. But the good news is Texas kept whatever amount of Aggie faithful that made the trip here very quiet in the
Yes, no
second
doubt
half,
about it.
outscoring A&M 24-7 over the course of the final 30 minutes.
Yeah,
This is a
Trey
game,
Wisner, Aggie Slayer.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, Trey Wisner, again, I mean, Aggie Slayer, just rival Slayer. He's been
Yeah,
great
you're
against
right.
the Sooners. He's been great against the Aggies. He's been great against the Hogs. I mean, it just feels like he saves his best games for these rivalry games. And yeah, he was a huge story. Really, the Texas run game as a whole. the biggest story for the Texas offense, Buck. By far and away the best performance on the ground for the Longhorns in SEC play.
Yeah, they truly saved the best for last.
Yeah, about 35 carries, 218 yards for the Longhorns as a team. Last year in College Station, they went for 243, and I was asking for half of that.
Yeah.
Can we get to 120? And we weren't sure they could get anywhere close to that. But they delivered, and obviously Trey Wisner had 155 of those yards. He was awesome, and that was a huge part of why Texas was able to win this football game.
Yeah, they truly could have run it even more. I thought they did a good job of mixing it up. They found the tight end finally. I'm glad he showed up for a game this season. Or they found him for a game this season. So that it all worked out. They still are dumb. They're still one of the dumbest teams in the nation with their penalties. But the Aggies were right there along with them. So that helped out everything. It's just two dumb football teams playing each other. I think 7 penalties and 8 penalties in the game.
Yeah.
But they didn't get to the 11 I thought they would get to. So that's in a rivalry game. You got to dial it back a little bit, and they did. But they had some goofy penalties again. But the Aggies could have had more. I mean, I asked you yesterday when I saw you. I said, "Dude, was there a time?" I mean, I missed the first couple plays of the game when I listened to Craig Way, and it sounded like there was some pass interference that they actually could have actually called. Not one of those maybe pass interference, but yes, it was pass interference. That the refs kept their hankies in their pocket. They didn't want to be seen on TV during the holidays.
Yeah, there were 2 early potential pass interference calls that they could have made on A&M.
Without a problem, no problem. That would have been a good call.
Yeah, I mean, one of them was a little dicier, right? I mean, I think both of them should have been called, but one of them you could argue it was hand fighting, and Ryan Wingo was doing a little grabbing too. I still think it should have been called, but the second one was, a tackle. Like Ryan Wingo literally got tackled, and both of the announcers on the telecast were like, if that's not pass interference, I don't know what is. So when you've got unbiased national announcers basically saying like, oh, it's a joke that this isn't being called, then yeah, the refs missed that one. They were letting A&M get away with a lot of holds and grabs. I mean, once again, Colin Simmons also got held like 15 times in the game, and they just don't ever call that on him. But yeah, early on, look, the Texas offense couldn't get anything going early. And some of that was, well, a lot of it was they were behind the chains. They did try a couple of deep shots on 3rd and long, and the refs were like, nah, we're going to let the Aggies get away with bloody murder here, and we're not going to call anything.
Yeah, but, well, in the end, it was just they just kept going after them, kept getting after it. They didn't give in to a team that obviously didn't play anybody, which you could tell. They looked like a bunch of fat dudes on defense to me. That defensive line looked like a bunch of, just stubby, fat dudes on defense. I thought they were going to bring it defensively. They did not, especially on that defensive line. Now, it wasn't like Arch didn't get hit in the mouth a couple times. He did. He got those late pushes and, pushing the face or hands into the face and stuff. But against the run, when the Texas offensive line makes you look bad in the run game, you're not very good on your defensive line. And they look, like I said, like a couple fatties there. So,
well, give Texas all the credit in the world, because there have been people arguing that Texas A&M should have been the #1 ranked team in America.
Wow.
Throughout the last month and a half. And Texas physically whipped them at the point of attack, especially in the second half. And obviously that's 2 years in a row in this rivalry where Texas has just brought the energy, brought the juice, and brought the physicality to the Lone Star Showdown. So, yeah, Texas made Texas A&M look like a very pedestrian football team, but let's not forget there have been a lot of national pundits around the country saying that A&M should have been the top-ranked team in America, and Texas just absolutely destroyed them.
Yeah, I don't know what that's. It'd be interesting to see what Tuesday is going to be like, but I think Texas. I thought Sark did a good job playing it up about his schedule without going overboard and begging the committee, but just stating facts about the team. Well, one thing is, don't lose to Florida. Sorry.
No, the thing is, don't schedule Ohio State. Sorry.
Well, but they're going to do that. They're not. The AD is not going to do that. He likes these games. He enjoys playing the Notre Dames, the Ohio States of the world early. It sounds like the coach likes to do it. So, that's going to be that's going to be the bed that you lie in. You better not lose to these scrubs in the middle of the season then.
It doesn't matter if Texas lost to Florida. If Texas lost to OU or Vanderbilt instead of Florida, they would still be out. We got to stop. Everyone's brainwashed like, oh, you lost to a 4-8 football team. That's why you're not in. No, it's if you have 3 losses, you're not going to make it. We have been brainwashed as a society. Like if you have 0, 1, or 2 losses, you have a chance. If you have 3 losses, context does not matter at all. We don't care who you've beaten. We don't care who you've lost to. We don't care about anything else.
All right. So in this day and age, don't lose 3 games then.
If you have 3 losses, you cannot play. Buck, if Texas was 10-2, even with the loss to Florida, even with that blowout loss to Georgia,
well, that means they would have beaten. Then they would have maybe beaten Georgia or Ohio State. Then, right?
They would. If they were 10-2, they would be in the playoff. Doesn't matter how they got there. Doesn't matter who their 2 losses were against. If they had 10 wins and 2 losses, they would be in. That is a rule that exists in college football that I don't know about. In the 2-year history of the 12-team college football playoff, apparently there is some written down rule that says if you get to 3 losses, you cannot be considered for a spot, even if your resume, your strength of schedule, strength of record, quality wins, even if all of that stuff is better than anybody else, the College Football Playoff Committee has treated it as a law.
Yeah, because we like the North Texases of the world or the Tulanes of the world. We want to give somebody an opportunity to play, to get smothered by the big boys eventually anyway.
All right. Well, yeah, the G5, gets a spot in, and we had to get an ACC champion in there. I mean, Virginia might be making the college football playoff this year if they just beat Duke on Saturday in the ACC championship. But that's what it is. Like, that's what the College Football Playoff Committee has told us. Like, and we'll see what the rankings look like tomorrow night, but I don't expect Texas to be in. And there aren't enough teams playing this weekend for Texas to be able to jump a bunch of people. So that's what it is. Like, that is what the committee has decided. And that's why I have 0 confidence that Texas is going to be in, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's too bad. They're playing their best football right now. They're on a roll. They're doing a lot of things the right way. And now, yeah, but they're going to keep playing Ohio States and Notre Dame's. They're not going to let those games. They're not. The program doesn't want. They want to play those games. They want to play those for their fans. I think the players want them. The coaches, the AD definitely wants them. So
what would you rather play? I mean, playoff games or week 1 games?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you want. They're not. I don't think they're going to change the situation of what they want at Texas. Those games are meaningful games to the fan base. I know the fans will get mad at the end of the season, but they sure are happy with those openers or those second games of the year.
Yeah, well, I don't want them to go away, but if the College Football Playoff Committee is going to penalize you for losing,
I think that changes once you go past 12. That's going to be the hope. The hope is once you get to 14 to 16 games, then those three loss teams are going to get in.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, if this year had a 16-team playoff, the Longhorns would probably be in. But
sure.
There will still be a situation where, and this argument's never going to go away, Texas isn't the only team this year that has this type of argument. But there's always going to be an argument where, a team has
didn't it happen last year to Alabama with their loss?
Yeah, Alabama.
Well, if it happens to Alabama, then they don't have any problems with it happening to Texas.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it did happen to Alabama last year. They were a 9-3 football team, and they got left out of the playoff in favor of the SMU team. But look, Alabama didn't play at Ohio State in their non-con. Last year, Alabama played South Florida, Western Kentucky, Wisconsin, and Mercer as their non-conference games. The Crimson Tide lost 3 games in the SEC. So it's not the same. Like, people are saying, there were 9-3 teams last year in the SEC that didn't get in. And again, that goes back to my point of, it feels like the committee has said, if you lose 3 games, we don't give a crap who you lost to. We don't give a crap that you may be the first team in 6 years to beat 3 top 10 teams in the same season. We only look at the number of wins and the number of losses that you have. If you have 2 losses or fewer, then we'll start looking at everything else. But if you have a 3rd loss, we don't care that you could have scheduled Samford instead of Ohio State. You lost a 3rd game, so you are out. Sorry about that. That's what it is. And people have been brainwashed. Even Texas fans are like, I agree with it. And that's fine. If you agree with that logic, that's fine. To me, it doesn't make sense. because I'm looking at plenty of teams around the country and their schedules, and I'm thinking, yeah, if Texas just had that, I feel like they could have gone 11-1 or 10-2.
Well, but you're not. You make your own schedule. Your schedule is what you get, what your program has made. I mean,
no, you don't make your own conference. Bucky,
well,
Texas,
you're out of conference schedule. I mean, you don't have to play Ohio State. You don't have to
no,
be
you're
playing
right.
Notre Dame.
You're right. And that used to not, like, you used to need those games in the BCS era and the 14 playoff. You used to need those games to get in. Now you don't. These games were scheduled way before we went to a 12-team playoff.
Right. You need that. You need that for your fans. You need that for your ticket holders.
Yeah.
Those games are important. Those games are important to them. Ohio State game is important. Playing Notre Dame early in the year, those are games. I don't want to see this team play Mercer.
What would you rather? Well, I agree with you. But if the committee is going to say you're going to get penalized for losing, what would you rather have, Buck? Would you rather have that game, or would you rather be in the playoff?
I would rather Texas not lose 3 games. That's what I'd rather do. I'd rather for them to go ahead and go through even an SEC gauntlet of a team that's gone to 2 semifinals and not lose to particular teams.
You just made my argument for me. You'd rather them not lose 3 games, which means you'd rather them have a schedule that's easier so they don't lose 3 games.
Oh, I don't want it to be that. I mean, I don't want to lose out. I don't want to lose out on the Ohio States or the Notre Dames as a fan.
I don't either. But if the committee is going to punish you for those, then what's the point of playing them?
It won't be that way once you start.
You don't know that. How do you know that? Texas would still be ranked lower than all of these teams that they're currently ranked below. They might be in the playoff if it's 16 teams, but like Texas is ranked below Vanderbilt right now. Texas beat Vanderbilt. Why are the Longhorns below Vandy? Because Vandy's 10-2, because their toughest non-conference game was Virginia Tech, who fired their coach 3 games into the year. And Texas played Ohio State, who's number 1 and undefeated. So I'm with you. I don't want those games to go away. I want to see blue bloods play each other every single year in the non-con. But, Steve Sarkeesian has talked about it, and there's got to be a lot of coaches and ADs who are going to look at what happens to Texas this year, and they're going to be thinking, what's the point? What's the point of playing these games if that is what can happen to us if we lose?
Yeah, most of those teams have given up on that anyway. Most of these teams are going to,
right,
and especially in the SEC, are going to play the Mercers and the UMass of the world anyway.
Right. Look, so much. I mean, Texas benefited from a pretty favorable schedule. Like so much of making the playoff is having things break your way.
And part of that
is the schedule. But Texas A&M's combined SEC records of their opponents in their 7 games, not against Texas, 12-44. They didn't have to play Bama. They didn't have to play Georgia. They didn't have to play OU. They didn't have to play Vanderbilt. They didn't have to play Ole Miss. All of the teams that are in the college football playoff discussion, they didn't have to play them. So that's going to help. Like, we have to consider, and A&M's a lock to make it in. Why? Because they only have 1 loss. We have to stop just looking at wins and losses as the only thing that matters. We have to take context more into consideration here, and it's just not happening right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be, once you get to a 9-game SEC schedule, things will change anyway. Right. You're probably going to drop some of these big time games off of your schedule. Once they start future scheduling, they're going to say, no, we can't play. We got 9 conference games that we have to play, and we don't want to take a chance. We don't want to do that.
And I wonder if that changes. Look, I don't know. I don't know if Texas can get out of these games. I don't know if they will try to get out of these games that they have, against Ohio State and Michigan and Notre Dame over the next few years. But there are going to be plenty of Longhorn fans arguing in favor of that. And Chris Del Conte is going to get a number of calls from boosters who are pissed that they don't get to watch their team in the playoff, saying, why are we doing this? Why are we doing these games? And I think it's ridiculous that we're trying to water down the product and take away some marquee.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want the product. I don't want to do that to the people.
We're turning this into boxing. I saw, I think Ian Boyd made this great comparison. Like, it took forever to get to Mayweather and Pacquiao. It's like boxing promoters. They always
at the end of their careers, almost.
Right. It's like they try to avoid the best games. Like Texas is doing this right. Like, they are scheduling marquee matchups that are good for the sport and good for the fans, yet it's punishing Texas. It's punishing the losers of these games. Yet it's like, if you just avoid, it's almost like you're being promoted, or the sport is being promoted to avoid playing tough non-conference games because you're getting rewarded for that. So I don't know. Sucks.
I still say don't lose those kind of games that you're supposed to win.
Again, if Texas had lost to Oklahoma instead of Florida, or Vanderbilt instead of Florida, then they would still not be in.
I don't know. I just expect my team to win games like that.
Right.
I would expect them to be losing to Florida, and I do expect them to win against Vanderbilt. Just like I expect them to beat the Aggies every year till the end of time.
Right. Yeah. Well, they did on Friday, which was great. And
they pounded that group.
Lot to celebrate on that. You wish it carried a little bit more with it. I mean, look, it's a huge win over one of your biggest rivals, and it's already making waves in recruiting, and it's going to knock A&M. It did knock A&M out of the SEC championship, and
that hurts so bad.
I know. Still,
they would only gone in there and get beat by either one of those teams, so it doesn't matter.
Right. But it's great. I mean, it's glorious. The Aggies still have not played for an SEC championship. It took Texas all of 1 year to make it to Atlanta, and Texas A&M has now been in this conference for 14 full seasons, and they have yet to make the conference title game. They've also yet to play for a conference championship since 1998, Buck.
Man.
I was 4 years old the last time I had to watch the Aggies compete for a conference title.
I'm glad you got a chance to be there for that atmosphere, because that is special.
Yeah, it was, man. It was.
It really is. It's a fun game. It really is. It's a rivalry that, to me, like I said, I've been a part of a bunch of those and a bunch of Oklahoma games, but nothing compares to that one right there. No. It just doesn't. Going to Dallas and all that fun stuff and the fair and just hating the Sooners, but this one is inside of you. This game, I know you've been there. You've been at to College Station for a game, right?
Never.
Yeah, it's generally kind of the same, but to have them here in town had to be something special.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean,
this town was packed. I mean, you couldn't get anywhere from about, I guess it must have started around 2:00. By right after lunch, it was hard to get around the city. I mean, it was hard driving. Aggies everywhere.
Right. Yeah, everyone's already mad at me for trying to get my favorite team into the playoff this morning, but I'm going to make people even more mad at me here, Buck. That atmosphere on Friday night is why I want, once a decade, not every year, once a decade, for Texas OU to be a home and home. Can you imagine the Sooners in town? Type of crowd we get for that?
No.
It'd be great.
Our city's okay right now. We don't really need that. That we don't need.
You just talked about it being inside of you, the rivalry being inside of you. When it's at your barn, it is.
I don't want that here. I don't want them here. I don't want them in the city at all. I don't want them. I barely want them over the state lines. I'm just doing it for the welfare of their people, so that they have jobs at one time of the year. That's all I want to give them. That's all I want to give them. That's it. I don't want them coming in close to me. I don't kind of almost breathing the same air that I have to breathe. And no, I don't want that.
You're right. Someone's got to serve me a funnel cake at the fair.
That's right. Who's going to give me my juicy juice?
Someone's got to guess my weight, and someone's got to be a bearded lady. And
someone's got to be a bearded lady, is right.
That's what the Oklahoma fans are all about.
Keep them in the Dallas area. That's okay.
You're right. Hey, they could serve me popcorn and DKR,
Oh, no, they're not taking our jobs here. There's no way.
You're right. Yeah, we don't want them taking our jobs.
That had to be a great atmosphere, though. I know people that hadn't, that game hadn't been around for a while. That must have been an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, man. It was great. It was great. We'll dive into the game a little bit more. Obviously, it's intertwined with the college football playoff discussion. We'll also get to some sound from Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference, and we'll hand out a few game balls for some tremendous individual performances for the Longhorns.
I'll tell you who I'll hand one out one to is the head coach. That's for sure.
Yeah, Steve Sarkeesian deserves it. And it was pretty cool. Like right after the game went final, Arch Manning ran over and handed Sark a ball and gave him a hug, like the quarterback. And Arch Manning talked about it after the game too. Like, there were a lot of people who turned on Arch Manning in the middle of the season.
Oh, no doubt.
And his head coach never said a bad thing about him, never wavered on his faith, stayed loyal to Arch Manning, and Arch clearly recognizes that. And Arch knows that Sark had lost 6 straight games against top 5 teams. He knew that people were calling him the James Franklin of the SEC.
Oh,
He
yeah.
knew that that was a huge game. You and I obviously talked about it all week long leading up to it as a huge opportunity for Steve Sarkeesian to just quiet some of the noise that's been surrounding him all year long. And he did that in a big way. So you're right, Buck. Sark absolutely deserves a game.
Yeah, he stayed the course in the particular game. You know, I said if you got 4 different runs, you run them once, and then if they don't succeed, you just move along. You don't keep banging your head. But he had one particular zone read that he kept running, and boy, that hurt them so bad. The Aggies, they were pulling guards and centers and tackles, and the Aggies couldn't fill the holes because they were too chubby to get into the holes or get behind the pullers. Yes, they were a bit chubby.
Ooh.
I'd say chubby. Sorry, Aggies, your team is chubby.
Fat?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they had fat guys. I thought they had some 300-pounders that looked like they were 600 pounds. They couldn't move, and they got pinned inside. And Trey Wisner and this offensive line that's been maligned a lot of the year, well, most of the year, they got out and ran in front and they didn't have devastating blocks, but they got in the way enough for that kid to get loose. And he kept running that play, and the Aggies couldn't stop that play. I'm like, what are you guys, dumb? It's the same play. There's no mystery to what Sark's doing to you. You're just fat. I'm sorry, you're just round-shouldered.
You're not talking about their coach, you're talking about the players.
Oh, I thought the players were just kind of round-shouldered too.
How about Mike Elko? He always wears this sweatshirt that says grind.
Yes.
Look, I was able to catch up with Coach Elko after the game, and he told me grind means gravy, rolls, ice cream, nachos, and donuts.
That is horrible. Jay, that's not me. That's BK doing that.
That's just what I was told. Don't shoot the messenger here. I was told that Mike Elko wears that sweatshirt that signifies that. I don't know what that means. He's thinking about his post-game meal or all of his favorite foods. I don't know. But gravy, rolls, ice cream, nachos, and donuts.
Well,
that is the motto for Texas A&M football nowadays. And maybe it works against crappy teams in the SEC, but I guess not against pretty good ones, Buck. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't get off of blocks. That team was the number 3 team in the nation. My goodness.
Yep.
To play a schedule with that group on there every week.
Right. And that A&M team is a lock to make the college football playoff, and Texas.
Yeah, they're in it for a game, maybe, depending on who they play.
Well, we'll see, obviously, what the bracket looks like tomorrow and then what the final one looks like on
Well, they
Sunday.
get a home game, too. They'll get a home game.
They were going to get a bye, but Texas prevents them from getting that. But, they're going to be a top 8, somewhere in that 5 to 8 range. And the projections I saw this weekend has A&M as a 5 seed, which means they'd get to host the crappy G5 school. So they'll probably win that game. But then, when they start playing
what do they get to play? The winner of the American, North Texas or somebody? Keep it local.
Yeah, honestly, it
Tulane.
would probably be like North Texas and Tulane play each other this weekend. Whoever wins that is they're going to be your G5 rep in the playoff, you would think. So
and then they'll slap the shit out of them.
Yeah. That's that'd be nice. That would be nice. So, anyways, we'll get back into this game. So much to dive into. Celebrating another Texas victory over Texas A&M. It's been more than 5,200 days since Texas A&M has beaten Texas, Buck. Just remember that. Obviously, 3 straight.
And it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I'm not picking Texas to lose to the Aggies anytime soon. I can tell you that.
No. Oh, no. Not with that bunch that I saw show up here in Austin. That was not the performance. I thought they would come here like their hair was on fire. They did not. They were very passive. That was a passive group whose quarterback, once pressure, was going to overthrow and do all kinds of things. So it really, really hurt his team. It was a run game that we thought had some of the best runners in college football. They did not. They didn't do anything. Now the receivers are good. I'll give it to that. Those dudes can play, and they can run, and they're not afraid to run these slant routes because their quarterback was about to get them decapitated a bunch of times. But he can throw a slant sidearm But when it comes to over the top and having to hit them downfield, they made the secondary look fantastic. The secondary did a good job against that group because those guys are good.
They did. Yep. All right, we'll dive back into this game, Buck, but we got to hit our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at, of course, the League Kitchen and Tavern. It is a Monday. It's got great locations, 4 great locations, folks, that I love. Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, Avery Ranch. Of course, that chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and soul, made daily from scratch. Hawaiian wings, pulled pork sliders, of course, teriyaki glazed pork chops, the great Cobb salad that they have, and the all-day breakfast. Happy hour from 3 to 6 each and every day. Thursdays, prime to wine. Half-price bottles of beer with that great prime rib dinner. Specials on glasses of wine, glasses of select beers, and, of course, cocktails there. And you get Lonnie's famous fried chicken. He's got the Nashville Spicy, which I have not tasted yet. Saw Lonnie 2 weeks ago and said, I got to come over there for that Nashville Spicy chicken of his. But I love the League Kitchen and Tavern because I love all-day breakfast anytime, as a matter of fact. And, folks, once again, Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Caves, and Avery Ranch for the League Kitchen and Tavern.
Yes, indeed. Love the league. Also love this guy, Buck.
Yeah. A little grape, a little classic grape this morning.
The classic grape slim cans. Shout out to our man Jay at Sue Patrick for giving me this during our live broadcast on Friday. Love the Olipop. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Dude, I ate like a pig. Like, not just on Thursday, but like through last night. It's probably the worst health eating weekend I've ever had in my entire life.
Way to go.
That's what the holidays are for, though. And that's why Olipop exists. I don't drink my calories. I eat my calories. I get to enjoy my food, but I also don't have to worry about what I'm putting into my system. And I'm regulating my gut health with Olipop. Why? Because there are ingredients in here that support good digestive health, prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers. There are 9 grams of fiber in this can of Olipop, about just 5 grams of sugar and only 40 calories. And this stuff tastes just like a grape soda. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. It's everywhere, wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Whole Foods, Walmart, Costco, Target, wherever you shop. Make sure you shop Olipop.
And our good friends over at Horseshoe Bay Resort and horseshoebayresort.com. If you're going to take that little vacation and you want to get on a plane, which a lot of you folks did not do this weekend, which was probably cool because the airport is a mob scene this Monday, and it was all during last week. If you want to take a nice vacation with your family, head on out to Horseshoe Bay. Enjoy the great amenities out there, the villas, the hotel, all the great hill country food, and the golf if you're interested in golf. Plus, you know what else is out there, BK? The floating bar where they serve Altstadt Beer on that little barge, that floating barge out at Lake LBJ. They've got a floating bar that you can be a part of. I don't know if you want to dip into the water. It's kind of cold out there for that. But you can be a part of the floating bar if you've got that wonderful boat out there, you know. Mm-hmm. And they've got, as I said, they've got Altstadt Beer aboard on that float. So enjoy the folks out at Horseshoe Bay. For more information, go to hsbresorts.com.
There it is, Horseshoe Bay. And you mentioned the Altstadt Beer. If I'm not drinking the Olipop, I'm drinking the Altstadt Beer.
If you're going the other direction, that's where you're hanging out.
Oh, man, come on. You got to have some of that. Got to have some of that. And there's a lot of that consumed. You spend enough time with family, you could use
yeah, really,
some Altstadt Beer. But it's the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. The Altstadt Schwarz beer back for a limited time. It is a great dark beer, perfect for these cooler temperatures. They've got the classic lager. They've got the Kolsch. They've got the Hefeweizen. They've got the light beer. I'm telling you, something for every palate out there. And I've been saying it for years. I'm going to continue to say it until I'm blue in the face. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. It's the only beer I drink now. Should be the only beer for you as well. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, Buck, did you see Mike Elko crash out during his post-game press conference?
No.
You familiar with that term, by the way?
No, it crashed. He didn't fall asleep, did he?
No, he didn't fall asleep, but just he had I think kids describe crash out as like an extreme emotional breakdown.
Like the kids that eat a bunch of sugar during the holiday season.
They crash out after that. Yeah, I guess so. It's more like if you just freak out, if something doesn't go your way and you just lose your cool and your
Like
temper.
a kid.
Like a kid. Well, Mike Elko, this is during the post-game press conference at DKR, and Mike Elko is trying to answer a question, and he gets really mad that somebody opens the door in the middle of his presser. Check this out.
We didn't play the way we needed to. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh. Sorry.
Oh, just like a little kid at the end. Sorry, Father.
He lost his mind on that. I mean, he's obviously mad that he's now 0-2 against Steve Sarkeesian and his school's biggest rival. He's mad that he's not going to be coaching in an SEC championship game. And now he's mad that
somebody opened the door.
Right. And, you know, if you've ever been there, which I assume most of our audience is not, it's a tiny interview room that's like tucked into the concourse of the stadium where fans are still exiting. So they're like fans literally leaving DKR right outside after the game is over. And a reporter opened the door. Like people were like, oh, it's Texas just opening the door to try to mess with Mike Elko even more. And they want him to have to deal with the noise.
You know, it's a reporter not getting in there on time, just trying to slide in.
Yeah, there was a national reporter. It was Stuart Mandel. He admitted it on Twitter. He was like, I was late. I couldn't get down there in time. I didn't realize it had already started. I opened the door, and that's when it happened. So Elko's freaking out, and everyone's like, oh, Texas, that's so disrespectful. How could you do it? No, it's a reporter who was late to a press conference room that hosts every single press conference after every single game played at DKR. And Mike Elko is just so butthurt that his team lost that he's got to take it out on somebody else, I guess.
Oh, that's too bad. That's just a weird look. I mean, it's an emotional time. It's, you know, he wants perfection. He wants you to put him in solitary confinement somewhere where nobody can interrupt anything, where he can just, you can hear every word he says. It's just not that way after a game. It's just, it can get like that. People come in and out of doors. You know, you try your best to get people when it starts on time to get the door closed behind you. Sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Right.
I mean, it's nothing to lose your mind about, but he decided he had to lose his mind. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, bub.
Oh, bub?
Sorry about that, bub.
I figured you'd go sport or champ, but you're resorting to
bub
for Mike Elko. You should start calling him son, because that's what he is to Steve Sarkeesian right now. It's like Sark is his dad. Isn't that what they say also?
Yeah, that was a, you know, it took me a while to get to the point of me thinking that Texas was going to win that game. But then again, I just don't ever feel like Texas A&M can beat Texas. I just don't. There's something about it. Like I said, either their chubby little defensive linemen aren't coming to play. No, ever since Myles Garrett left that place, I always feel good. Because it's almost like I can't visualize that dude being in that uniform.
Well, you kind of wish you went somewhere else, right?
Yeah, really.
Look, Trevor Gooseby and Brandon Baker, for that matter, the two offensive tackles for Texas, also deserve game balls. They were incredible. Look, Texas A&M has the SEC's leading sack artist this year, Cassius Howell, who ranked second in America in sacks going into the game on Saturday. How many times did you hear his name on the telecast?
I heard it one time.
I went back and rewatched the game yesterday. I don't know if I heard it at all. I mean, Texas, like the offensive tackle, Trevor Gooseby had an incredible game, and Brandon Baker, who's been a little up and down through his first season as this team's starting right tackle, he was also sensational as well. I mean, those guys did a phenomenal job. 0 sacks for Cassius Howell. Again, the leading sack man in the SEC. Texas held him to 0. I was very worried. I think everybody was very worried, considering what the Texas offensive line has looked like this year, considering how good that guy had been this year. I was worried that guy was single-handedly going to maybe look like a Myles Garrett or a Von Miller out there.
Yeah,
Texas was able to keep him in check, which was really nice.
Yeah, they did a good job, because early in the game, Sark wanted to fire the ball down the field with those drop back passes. I was like, oh shit, did he forget how they've won these last couple games? Is he just, today is the day he wants to show everybody that Arch Manning has plenty of time back in the pocket to throw the ball down the field? I was like, oh no, coach, this is not the game for that. Go do what you've been doing with the win. but they held out pretty good. I said he took a couple hits to the face, after the throw, just like most quarterbacks do. But there was nothing that, got him from behind and slammed him down to the ground like he's been getting hit. I think Baker is very similar to Arch. I mean, he's taken a lot of criticism during the course of the year, but he's gotten better.
Yeah.
There's nothing for him more than what he's gotten, and that's experience at that position.
I agree. No, Brandon Baker definitely progressed as this year.
Now, I don't want to swing his ass over to the left side next year. I know he's got a lot of experience, but I don't want him now to be that guy that moves over to the other side. Go find somebody.
Yeah. Well, the hope is that Trevor Gooseby comes back, and he can come back. Now, he is draft eligible. He's a third-year player, so if he does decide to go, he would get drafted into the NFL. But I think if he comes back, this wasn't a consistently great year for Trevor Gooseby.
No, he can make some money if he does come back, and Arch has a great year next year, and he does a great job protecting. He can make a lot of money. They pay those guys a lot of bucks.
I think Trevor Gooseby could be a first-round pick if he comes back for another year. I don't think he had a good enough 2025 to where if he leaves, he would be that right now. But like you said, I mean, if he comes back, plays really well, Texas has a great season, people are going to be watching this team because Arch Manning is still here, then, he's going to shoot
But
up.
if you find out he's going, you don't want to swing that other guy to the other side. He's not that good yet.
No, I'd probably go to the portal. I mean, Texas is going to have to go to the portal regardless for some help on the offensive line. But, you would love to get your 2 tackles back. Like, that would make life a lot easier. You're losing DJ Campbell at right guard. You're losing Cole Hudson, who just had a bad year. And Cole Hudson had a really bad game on Friday, too, against Texas A&M. But you're losing your 2 guards. Cole Hudson obviously was your starting center at the beginning of the year. So you're losing the guy who started the most games for your offensive line at center this season. So you already do have a lot that you're going to need to address up front on the offensive line. If you're able to get both of those tackles back, then that would be very, very
good. Yeah. And this, like someone said, they've got to, if they don't get to the playoffs, they got a chance to get right on a jump on the portal and a jump on recruiting, which is next week, is it not? Or is it this week?
Well, signing day's on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's this week. Man, is that quick.
Yeah. The whole college football calendar continues to be a joke. And we'll obviously get to the Lane Kiffin situation a little bit later, but I mean, it's a joke that these types of decisions have to be made right now. It makes no sense why coaches have to leave in the middle of a year versus getting to coach their teams for the rest.
Well, that's why they're firing their asses in the middle of the year. And well,
that happens in other sports. You can get fired in other sports, but you don't get hired in other sports in the middle of a year like that. So I just, the NFL does such a good job of dominating the calendar because they have something big that happens every single month. And for some reason, college football is like, let's put a bunch of cool stuff in the month of December, which is great in December, but it obviously creates a bunch of chaos for programs everywhere. And then it leads to just a ridiculously long lull of no college football in the offseason, where it would just be so much better for everybody if they just spread this stuff out a little bit.
Stretch it into your March Madness or make March Madness a little later. Who cares?
Yeah, you don't have to change any other sport. You just the NFL doesn't care that March Madness happens. They're going to have the combine in March. It's like they do something every single month to get people talking about the sport. There are a lot of things that I hate college football for, and they're trying in some spots to be too much like the NFL in ways that I don't think make sense. But this is one that I think makes sense, is to just spread some stuff out versus putting it all. I mean, you got National Signing Day on Wednesday. Texas obviously dealt with this last year. Then you've got a conference championship game to play on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, you got high school kids still playing playoff games.
Right. Yeah, it's just I don't get it. I've never got it, and I still don't get it right now. But signing day's on Wednesday, and Texas did get a big flip on Saturday from 4-star defensive lineman Jamarian Carlton, who flipped from Baylor. He was at the A&M game. I don't think it's a coincidence that he decided to flip the day after. Texas also got a 5-star for the 2027 cycle.
Wide receiver?
First commit for next year. Yeah, wide receiver from the state of Louisiana, which, Lane Kiffin's going to be coming in on that one. But obviously a big recruiting weekend with that win and that crowd at DKR. You figured that could make an impact on the recruiting trail, and it has so far for Texas. So
no doubt.
Yeah, National Signing Day coming up on Wednesday. We'll dive into that more. We'll bring on a couple of recruiting folks the next 2 days as well to dive into everything that you need to know about what Texas has going on, and make sure, you listen to the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan Scruggs will have you covered from 10 to 11 all week long. All right, let's get to some sound from Steve Sarkeesian's post-game press conference. No crash out from the coach. He didn't care that doors may have been open during his presser. He was busy celebrating a win. Here's Steve Sarkeesian, the end of his introductory statement, talking about the team's performance, but also his team's resiliency throughout the course of this 2025 season.
No, I think that when we lost in Athens a few weeks ago, you would have thought most people, most teams would have laid down and been dead and gone. And they answered the bell. And they answered the bell in round 11, and they surely answered the bell in round 12. And around here, we call rounds 11 and 12 the championship rounds. And these guys responded, and they responded at halftime when we challenged them with the fight that they need to have in the second half. And surely they did that in the third quarter. Trey Wisner was an absolute warrior tonight. Again, Michael Taft with an interception, his final game in DKR. Like that, these are storybook stuff that we're talking about. But at the end of the day, to do something that hasn't been done around here since 1969 and 1970, sweeping all three of our rivals in back-to-back seasons, that's pretty historic stuff. And so proud of this team, proud of the effort. I'll say this to Longhorn Nation, they were phenomenal tonight. You guys were phenomenal. You were with us on every play. You guys were in the stadium early. It's the best environment we've had here in 5 years. It's incredible. And I'm just I'm humbled, honored, and fortunate to have to be your head coach and to be part of something so special like it was tonight.
I mean, yeah, that's how you thank your fans. Your team thanks the fans by the way they come out and play.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that easy early. I mean, they had to work for it, but they kept you entertained. They didn't roll over. They didn't give in, and that's kind of what you expect at Texas. I don't expect the guys to be giving in and not fighting hard in the fourth quarter or the third quarter. They started from the beginning and they played hard throughout. They didn't give in all the way to the fourth quarter. They actually looked like they wanted to score more against Texas A&M, like they really wanted to bury that group. And I mean, that's the kind of stuff you look for from your football team. But they've been doing that for the last couple of years. It's just good for the head coach to come out and to tell the crowd that they were fantastic. I mean, you were at that game. It must have been something special to be at that game. And
yeah, it really
that's
was.
Good to see from Texas fans right there on a year where you expected so much of the team, and you had a young quarterback who fought hard. You had a right tackle who fought hard. You had a running game that was non-existent until the last couple games. So but that's what you expect. You don't expect anything less. That's what people here are expecting from their team.
Yeah.
And when you play these rival games, to beat your rival, to not even if you're having a down year, they expect you to beat your rivals, and that's exactly what they've done for the last 2 years. I mean, and that's good. Now you just got to go fix some things so you can win a national championship with this group, win an SEC championship and a national championship. Fix the things that need to be fixed. Don't leave any stone unturned. There's no excuse at Texas not to know exactly what you need to do to win those games that
right.
You're supposed to win. That there shouldn't be any doubt about that. It doesn't mean you'll win them all, but you sure can get close at a place like this. They give you any means to do it.
Yeah, well, that's pretty cool. Steve Sarkeesian mentioned this little nugget in that bit of sound we just played, that Texas swept all three of its rivals for the first time since 1969 and 1970 in back-to-back years. Now, obviously, Texas hasn't played all three of those teams in every year since then, but you're going to ingratiate yourself with your fan base a lot if you win those rivalry games.
Absolutely.
You're right. The standard at Texas, like we want to win championships, that's obvious, but you're going to go a long way into making your fan base like you and believe in you if you're beating Oklahoma, A&M, and Arkansas every season.
Yeah, it means something to you. It means something to the football team when you do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So Texas has figured out how to do that. And how about the Longhorn defense? I mean, there's so much to dive into on both sides of the ball from the game. But, Texas A&M came into Friday averaging 38 points per game. And you and I both picked Texas to win. But I won't speak for you, I did not envision a scenario where this Texas defense, considering how poorly they had played in the previous 4 games, was going to keep an offense like Texas A&M under 20.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought they would be, 24 to 27, points on the low end for this group that they're playing against, because I just thought they were too talented at the wide receiver position. I thought somebody's going to get loose and go for one, at least one long explosive play, and they held them in check. That's pretty good stuff right there.
Yeah, the defense was sensational. And without Anthony Hill, Buck.
I know.
That's the most impressive part. Like, maybe the best player on the Texas defense did not play a single snap in the football game, and everybody stepped up in his stead, and it was one of the strongest performances we'd seen from the defense all year.
Absolutely.
Like, Leon Galafau was really, really good.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He made a lot of tackles.
Yeah, led Texas in tackles. I thought he was great. How about the secondary, too? The much maligned Texas secondary that, again, had really struggled for the last month. They bowed up against maybe the best wide receiving duo in America. Obviously, those two big interceptions, one from Michael Taft and then one from Kobe Black on back-to-back defensive snaps, by the way. As that game was getting close, A&M was trying to cut into that 10-point deficit late in the fourth quarter. They're moving the football. Michael Taft gets the pick right in front of the goal line. And then after Texas goes 3-and-out quickly, they have to punt. A&M's got great field position on the next drive with another chance to score to get right back into it. And then the very first pass that Marcel Reed throws, Kobe Black's able to jump her out and come away with an interception. Like, that's turnovers were obviously going to be massive in this game. And for Texas to get those two at that time was really cool. And for it to be the secondary, Buck, to get those two.
Absolutely.
Feels pretty special, again, considering how much criticism had been coming that group's way.
What was your thought offensively when Cedric Baxter kept going out there? Were you like, why are we doing this? I was sitting in front of the TV going, why? I know you had to be sitting in the stands going, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
I kind of thought for some reason they were using him more as a pass protector, like that extra body in there, which it didn't look like they needed, but they did actually hand it off to him a couple times. And I'm like, why are you wasting it? You're wasting a play.
Yep. They are wasted plays. Anytime CJ Baxter is on the field right now, that's a wasted play.
Dude, and don't wait. Go find another guy to go along. Hope Trey Wisner will come back and really have an unbelievable senior year where he can get himself to being one of those guys in the NFL that can be a third down guy. Sort of very similar to who's the running back with the Bills. I think he's got that kind of quickness. I don't know if he's got that kind of speed, but I think he's got those kind of feet.
Cook?
Yeah, I think he's got that kind of size, those kind of feet that he can do some things on third down, or if you run a scheme that fits him right, I think he'll be okay. But bringing that other guy back to thinking something's going to happen, it's not. He's a fullback now.
Yeah, I mean, Trey Wisner had 19 carries for 155 yards, 8.2 yards a carry. CJ Baxter had 6 carries for 10 yards, 1.7 yards a carry.
Dude, don't do that to you. Don't do that to yourself. You can like a kid. You can, you can try to do what you want in the state of Florida by recruiting stuff, but don't try to prove a point. That's a waste of time. Right,
and I get it. You got to have somebody to spell Trey Wisner from time to time. But the fact that you're in the second half of that massive rivalry game and you're fighting for your playoff lives and you're giving CJ Baxter touches like that was unacceptable. Most of what Sark did, I agreed with because it worked. Sark called a great game, especially in the second half on Friday, but I have no idea.
There's no reason to try to prove it. Don't try to prove yourself right on that one. That's
look, I mean, you tell me, right? Like, I know Sark has the ultimate final decision on everything that happens because he's the head coach, but it is the position coach who decides who plays and who doesn't, right?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'd have made that decision way back when. I got to get another guy prepared to help out my other guy. That's way too late in the season. If you don't know by then, you got to be kidding me. That's way too obvious. That's a high school running back coach would know that this is too obvious. This guy is not ready. He can't be taken back. Every snap matters,
Right. Yeah.
You can't do that.
Maybe that's a Chad Scott decision, right? Maybe we should be directing our annoyances with the running back.
That's both of them. That's both of them. But the ultimate play is the guy who doesn't, who coaches all the positions, who walks around practice and says, yeah, coach, you can put him in. I want him to carry the ball. No, that's the head coach to say, oh no, not today.
Yeah, well, thankfully it didn't matter. But they
have all the spring. I'll say this: they have all the spring from this point to know if that guy is
no. You got to go bring somebody in.
I know. Well, you got to do that, but if you really, because they really like this kid and they like everything about him, well-spoken kid, the whole works, good kid, come to the house, have dinner at the house, whatever, but by that time, by the spring, you need to know that guy is at this level he's not good enough. I don't care what star he was when he came out of high. He's not.
Right. Yep. And obviously the major knee injury that he suffered in fall camp last year is probably the biggest reason why.
Yes.
But
he's accident prone, injury prone, or whatever. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You can't spend a year and a half, 2 years trying to figure that out at this level when you need another guy to spell your guy who's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't just bank on CJ Baxter returning to old form next year.
Oh, no.
You hope he does. It'd be great because then, boom, you'll have 3 running backs that you feel really good about.
Yes.
But you can't. Yeah. I mean, priority number 1 for the transfer portal is offensive line.
Yes.
I think for me, priority number 2 is bringing in a running back who can complement Trey Wisner.
For sure.
Maybe someone better than Trey Wisner, but having a 1-2 punch with Trey, assuming he comes back, and somebody else who's very good, that can get your running game turned around pretty quickly. And that could make Friday not feel like an anomaly. That could make that be more of a norm versus obviously the struggles that we saw this year. So, all right. Yeah, the offense, we'll get to the offense in a second because it was a tale of 2 halves. I mean, the defense was great pretty much throughout the night, but the offense obviously really struggled, just 3 points in the first half. They barely cracked 100 yards in the first half, and then the floodgates opened in the final 2 quarters. We'll get to that in a second. We'll also get to some more sound from Steve Sarkeesian and what changed with the Longhorn offense in the second half. But before we dive back into Texas A&M, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, the temperature is starting to change a little bit. It's going to be cool today and tomorrow. Woods Comfort System is there for you if need be. The heaters are now popping on, at least mine is, over the last couple of days, and it feels great inside. And thank goodness I called on those folks a month and a half ago to come and make sure my filters are clean and everything's ready to go with my heater. But when the air conditioning cuts on, and that may not be that long, who knows how long winter will last, you want that to work properly too. And our friends at Woods Comfort System can get that done. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas. They do air conditioning, heating, and you can trust them with your plumbing at Woods Comfort Systems. Their technicians are fantastic. They arrive on time. They leave. They don't spend a lot of time at your home. They get their job done, and they get it done like nobody else. They are the best at what they do. It's Woods Comfort Systems, folks.
Yes, indeed. WoodsComfortSystems.com for more information. Also, we got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away.
Now you're talking.
How about that? Maybe you spent a lot of money on food last week. Well, how about some free food? Our friends at Cabo Bob's hook up TSU listeners after every Longhorn win with a $150 catering gift card. And maybe you're hosting a holiday party coming up and you want some help with the food. Boom, Cabo Bob's has your back, and we've got your back with this gift card giveaway. All you have to do to enter to win is send us a text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. It doesn't matter what you say. It's 1 entry per phone number. You send us any text between now and 9 o'clock, you will be entered to win that Cabo Bob's catering gift card. No purchase necessary. Good luck.
My good friends over at Sue Patrick, Jay, and the whole gang over there, was good to be there on Friday morning. And boy, people came pouring in there after we left at 9:30. They were ready to go and ready to shop and get all their Longhorn gear. Of course, I get yourself ready. You're going to need that. Volleyball still got it going on. Women's basketball is still going on. You need your caps, your polos, your hoodies. They've got it all at Sue Patrick's, of course. 5222 Burnett Road. Don't worry about parking. Plenty of space for parking there. Get your Christmas shopping, all your items that you want to get out there. I got some little bulbs to go on the tree. I was all excited. Man, I went nuts in there the other day. Nothing for myself, just for others. I was looking for others, but it's not over with. I generally get my shopping done. Generally, this is my last weekend of shopping. It's Thanksgiving. I get it done. But I got to go back to Sue Patrick, and you should too. Once again, 5222 Burnett Road. Our good friends at, of course, Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. And a quick shout out to the Texas volleyball team. They were named a number 1 seed in the upcoming NCAA tournaments.
Yes.
The Longhorns will try to win another national title. They've won 2 of the last 3. They did not win last year, but Jared Elliott obviously has this program rolling once again. Texas will open up tournament play this Friday in Austin against one of your favorite schools, Buck. Florida A&M.
Oh, the Rattlers coming to town.
The Rattlers will be in town on Friday. I wish they could bring their band. They're not for volleyball.
That's where Gibson is going. Is that where he's headed?
I was going to say, isn't that where you're trying to pawn Jarrett Gibson off to?
Yeah, hopefully he gets to the Rattlers and they understand they've got a nice fullback.
Oh, man. So a hell of a year. Unfortunately, Texas volleyball lost in the SEC tournament championship last week, but they're still a number 1 seed, and hopefully they can make a run at another national championship. Shout out to them. And a shout out to our guy, Tom McKay of Audiovisual Consultations. Dude, Saturday, I was just sitting on my couch, 4 screens going, college football, college football, college football, college football. It was awesome. And we're about to hit the best time of the football year, getting to the playoff that Texas should be in. We're about to get
championship games this weekend, man.
Conference championship games, Army-Navy coming up next Saturday.
Yes.
You got the NFL playoffs around the corner, and the Dallas Stars. You got hockey. You got hoops. You've got everything. The Winter Olympics are a couple of months, but we got the Olympics coming up in 2 months.
I know, man.
So many great sports happenings. No better time than right now to make the call to Audiovisual Consultations. They can hook you up with the home TV setup that you want. Not the one that you're told that you have to, only one TV. No, you need more than one TV. Come on, what are you, a peasant? Go get some real TVs. Get you a real man cave that you've always wanted. Or, hey, if you want that home theater room, if you want that patio set up, whatever, AV Consultations can do all of it for you. They've been hooking
I'll be
up.
able to hone in on my figure skating, my big 85-inch screen TV. Check out all the figure skating that's going on.
You're right. Yeah, Tom McKay and I will be watching Olympic hockey, and you'll be watching figure skating. But get that TV setup done. 512-255-8678. They've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They're not fly-by-night. They're the best. They've been the best at this forever. It's TV, surround sound, whole home lighting, surveillance, avconsultations.com, or once again, 255-8678.
Love them.
All right, back to the Longhorns and the Aggies. Buck, it was a tale of 2 halves for the Texas offense. Once again, the first half did not go well. Just 3 points, 112 yards of offense. The first 3 drives, Texas had 13 plays and 24 yards. Arch got off to a bad start. The offensive line got off to a bad start. And what was the one thing we talked about Texas not being able to do? You can't play behind the chains against this team.
No.
Best third down defense in America. And it just felt like Texas was in a 3rd and long on every single possession.
I thought they dropped back to pass way too deep again. I thought they were trying to get deep balls down the field. They wanted to see if they could get behind the Aggies. And I thought that was it was like, no, why are you doing that? You just won a bunch of games in a row doing what you do and feeling comfortable at doing it. Yeah. And then they got back to that. I'm like, wow, what was the deal? Were they just wanting to take shots down the field?
Well, they had some success against Arkansas doing that, but we talked about that was Arkansas. Like,
right.
Texas A&M had a much better secondary than the Razorbacks did. And look, I mean, I think Sark, like early on, he tried that because he knows Arch Manning could throw a deep ball and he had faith in his receivers that it was going to work. But number one, they weren't calling pass interference at all early on. So it's like, oh, even when Texas was getting close on those deep shots, A&M could just grab or tackle and it wasn't getting called. So if you're not getting those calls, then what's the point? And then number 2, like, I'll give the Aggie corners credit. The Texas wide receivers had a pretty tough time getting open on Friday.
They couldn't get off the covers. They didn't. It wasn't like Texas plays 18 yards back in zone. They got up there pretty close to them.
Yeah, like Ryan Wingo was Texas's leading wide receiver. Jack Andrews was the leading receiver at tight end, 4 catches, 93 yards. He was awesome. But Ryan Wingo led Texas receivers in yards, 4 catches for 34 on Friday. So, like,
they're up on him.
Yeah, they did a good job against the 4 Texas wide receivers. Credit where it's due for Texas A&M. They didn't do a ton right, but they did that right in that game.
Why cover injuries? You didn't throw to them all year. Why? What made you think? Well, they did this time.
Yeah, exactly. It worked. That was the ace in the hole, I guess, for Texas. They'd been sandbagging Jack Andrews.
Yeah, holding him out to the last game.
Saving him for this game. But look, I mean, you look at the first half drive chart. Texas had 6 possessions on offense, 5 punts and a field goal. That's not going to get it done.
No.
So then comes the second half and really the third quarter. I mean, what an amazing start to the second half for the Longhorns, right? The Aggies' first 4 possessions, punt, 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 punt. Texas's first 3 possessions, 50-yard field goal drive, 70-yard touchdown drive, 83-yard touchdown drive. And that third touchdown came on the very first play of the fourth quarter that reversed to Nick Townsend. How about that play call from Sark?
It was nice.
No one's expecting that. You're going to hand it to your third string tight end in motion.
Yeah, one of his 8 tight ends.
Yeah, and that one worked right there. A cool moment for the true freshman to score in that huge game. But yeah, obviously the first half Texas didn't do anything right offensively, and then in the second half they got everything they wanted and then some.
Yeah, I told you, they ran that zone play, boy. They stuck it to him, and it wasn't devastating blocking, but they had a man on a man on a man in that, and the running back had to make one guy miss, and he made one guy miss 6 different times. Aggies didn't do a great job of tackling him in the open field.
No, they did not.
His long run, I thought he could have got more out of that. I thought he gave himself up too easy on that long run. I thought he could have gave a little wiggle back to the inside and possibly made one of those guys miss. And I that's one of those ones where you want to, you've already got 40 some yards, but you can make that a true house call if you can do something to the guys who are coming from the side of you. He just went kind of a dead straight line and said, okay, I've gone long enough.
Yeah. Love me some Trey Wisner. Love me some Trey Wisner. But if you have Bijan or Ricky or Earl.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they're going to cut back on that and make that guy who's trailing, seeing him out of the corner. They're going to make him do something besides jump on your back. Right.
Yeah. Jamal. I mean, there's a number of Texas running backs who probably score on that play. Obviously not today.
I don't know if they score, but I know they don't let the guy just jump on their back and bring him to the ground. They do something. They see that guy out of the corner of their eye and make something happen. That's too nice of a run to give it up right there. That's the one you want to take. Go ahead and try to get it to the house.
Well, speaking of the run, I mean, that was the difference, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It felt like almost a complete replica of the first half of the Georgia game where the offensive line couldn't block and the passing game wasn't working and Texas was having some success running the football. They didn't do it. And then against A&M, I mean, Trey Wisner averaged 5.8 yards in the first half.
Right.
Obviously, the second half he was better, but he was averaging almost 6 yards a carry in the first half. Bucky had 5 attempts. And
they kind of gave in to like I said, I thought Sark came out flinging it.
Yeah.
And we said pregame, we said that, listen, if it doesn't work, don't worry about continuing to do it. But it was okay.
That's the thing. I see why, considering how bad this run game has been.
Right.
I see why Sark's initial game plan was, okay, Arch has been our best offensive player. Let's put the ball in his hands and let's try to fling the ball around the schoolyard a little bit.
Yes.
But early on, and thankfully Sark made the adjustment in the second half, probably could have made it earlier, but it's the run game's actually working. This is the strength of your offense tonight. So let's pivot to that. And when Sark finally did that, that obviously opened things up for the Texas offense, and it opened up Jack Injuries and a number of other Texas receivers down the field too.
Dude, they just didn't cover Jack Injuries. He was just he was beating the one-on-one. The linebackers trying to cover him, but down the middle of the field, that was so wide open. And they finally decided this guy needs to catch some balls. As I said, he caught him and he caught the ball and he ran with the ball. He played well. That's obviously his best game. Well, it's not just his best game. They figured out that they can actually throw to him more than once or twice, or some quick screen, or have him blocking at the point of attack. He was very valuable in that football game. So
4 catches.
I hope he returns.
I do too. 4 catches, which ties a season high for Jack Injuries. 93 yards, very clearly a new season high for Jack Injuries. And how about that stiff arm he had on poor Marcus Rapp? The A&M safety, who's one of their best defensive players, by the way. That wasn't just a Joe Schmo out there. And Jack Injuries took him for a ride. And then
he wanted to score badly. He wanted to score in that.
Yeah, almost did too.
Yeah, he shoved him right down to the ground. That was great.
Yeah, that was, I think, the final play of the third quarter. And then it was the very next play where you had that handoff to Nick Townsend that we just touched on. But that was awesome moment for Jack Injuries. Awesome moment for everybody who supports the Burn Orange. And Jack Injuries was a difference maker. He gets a game ball for sure as we continue to hand those out. Here's more sound from Steve Sarkeesian. Let's get back to the running game, which, by the way, Jack Injuries did a great job blocking too. I thought it was his best blocking game of the season as well. But here's Sark in his post-game press conference talking about Trey Wisner and just the success of the Longhorns rushing game as a whole.
Yeah, I really just felt like there was a couple keys for this game, and the run game was one of them. And, I do a film on Friday night with the offense talking about our openers and what we're going to call and why we're calling it. And we purposely put probably 3 to 5 carries of Trey last year in this game, just to give him a little friendly reminder of who he is and what he's capable of. And I thought he ran hard. I thought he ran physical. I thought we didn't block it perfect. They're a good defensive football team. We didn't block it perfect all the time, but man, they blocked some things really well to get him in space and get him into the open field. And then obviously I think Arch's legs helped us tremendously tonight too. So I think to rush for, I think it was just about 200 yards or so. I don't know exactly what it was, but 218 was huge for us. We controlled the game that way. I think we put them in some stressful situations offensively because our ability to possess the football. And then ultimately the turnovers became the turnovers. Like at the end of the day, we're a top 10 team in the country when it comes to turnover margin. We were plus 10 coming in. We're plus 12 now. And I think they were minus 5 coming into the game, and we felt like that could be a factor in which this was a way we could win the game. But we had to make sure we possessed it and ran the ball, and ultimately we get 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of what they did was there was not a lot of guys in the spot but Wiseman does his thing where he makes one guy miss. He still does that, but there weren't 2 in the spot in those holes that he had to make miss. He just generally had to make one guy miss, and then he was off to the races because the blockers were there. There were hats on hats, which was good to see. So he didn't have to do a lot of the stuff that he had to do in previous games.
Yeah, there's definitely better blocking, Buck.
Yes.
How about this stat? Like, I don't want to take anything away from Trey Wisner because of his 155 rushing yards, 107 of them came after contact.
Yeah.
So you talk about will, you talk about heart, you talk about just not wanting to go down. I mean, 5.35 yards after contact per carry. That's a career high for Trey Wise. Think about like everything he did right last year. That was just I'm going to put this team on my back and kind of lead us and will us to a victory tonight.
He's a velocity guy. When he hits you, he's spinning and moving. He's not going right down. That's why it surprised me on the long run that he didn't take a chance on cutting back and having a guy go over the top of his shoulder, making him miss or whatever. So, but at the point of attack, he very seldom has one guy that takes him off his feet, and that was good to see. But they had bodies on bodies, and they vacated areas with guys pulling, and whoever had to block back did a good job of blocking back because nobody ran him down from behind. And he bounced outside a couple times, BK. Yeah. And he just determined I can make it to the outside and did a fantastic job of that too. And the thing about him is that dude doesn't give himself up out of bounds. He lowers his shoulder and cuts back inside for the extra couple yards.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And by the way, shout out to this comment. Can't believe Bucky called it from back in the summer. He wished the Aggies would be undefeated when we beat them in November. Wish granted.
I love that. That was it. I know they were still they still got all kinds of crazy hope, being in the playoffs, but not to play in a championship game. That how much that meant to them. That hurts. That makes me feel even better to come here and lose that game.
I know. Yeah. Look, I wish they were 0-11 and that cemented an 0-12 season for A&M.
It's the same. It feels the same.
But look,
they're gonna ride on their season, their 11 wins, because when they play another good team in the playoffs, if they don't fix the fat boys on the defense, they're gonna have some problems because their quarterback can't carry them. He's not there yet. He
was my biggest question for the Aggies all season long, and he's had a better year than I thought he would, even with their cupcake schedule. Like Marcel Reed is having a very strong season, but he's not. I'm with you. He's not good enough to carry a team against elite competition.
No, he's not.
Yeah, a lot of people thought, I had Thanksgiving lunch with a guy, a cousin who went to Kansas, like no rooting interest for Texas A&M, whatever. He's like, I think the Aggies are going to win it all this year. And I'm like, you sure? He's like, yeah, I just think they're the best and most complete team. And obviously now it sounds ridiculous, but there were people last week who probably thought that A&M was going to win a national championship. And with that quarterback, some of the other issues that Texas exposed, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we got to worry about that.
No, because the teams from this point on are going to run the ball on that defense. they're going to see that and they're going to have a couple of elite, I don't know how many real elite runners there is, but there's a couple that are better than Trey that are on these teams right now. And they are going to pound at that they're going to pound at those little roly-polies on the defensive line and get after them.
I think you're right. Here's another one from Steve Sarkeesian here talking about switching up the offensive game plan in the second half and why it led to all the success that it did.
We kind of got to a couple different run schemes that were effective. A couple of the runs were different styled runs than we were running earlier in the game, and then even runs late in the game were different styled runs. I know a lot of times they all look the same, but I think our angles were a little bit better to help the guys. I think we were able to create some creases in the front to get some runs to get him going. But we started out with a real wide zone mentality. The ball, we kind of tightened it up and ran a little power. We got back to the wide zone again with some pulls and some pullers. And then we got back to some tight zone with some sliders. And so it all worked out. But I thought the guys were really engaged and focused on what they needed to do.
Yeah, I thought the offensive line, when they had the guys pulling, they got downfield a little bit more than going sideways and having somebody hit them at the line of scrimmage and just making a cluster F. So it looked cleaner when they got going north and south with the offensive line. I said it wasn't devastating blocks, but they had a hat on a hat, which helped out Trey Wisner, and there weren't people in the hole. Like I said, and he bounced outside on his own a couple of times where he just said, hey, your defensive end it's coming down too tight. I'm going to bounce this thing outside and get around him. So, yeah, I think they stuck with what was good. I don't think, like I said, the ones that didn't work, Sark wasn't buying into them. But the ones that worked, he kept coming back to them. I don't care what he called the scheme. He kept going back to it again and again, and it all looked like a zone read for me, whether it was outside or a little tighter. He gave the back a two-way go. And he made it work. Like I said, for some odd reason, BK, that early stuff was a lot of the stuff that we didn't like, with Arch dropping back too far in the pocket and not getting rid of the ball. I mean, for Texas A&M, they had to do that. They didn't have anything but slants going on. And that quarterback got those, I don't know. I mean, those guys made some good catches because they were low.
Yeah.
And some of them were out in front, and they could have had their heads taken off, but they went in and got those balls. But he had nothing down the field. It looked like he couldn't even see over the guys. Yeah,
I'm pretty grateful that the Aggies didn't make more of a concerted effort to give Casey Concepcion more touches. I mean, that guy
versus than anything. I know you're talking about a guy who can make him miss.
Yeah,
they made a mistake of punting the ball to him, and I think that may have been a mistake.
Yeah, it didn't work out. And Ethan Burke had a touchdown-saving tackle on that punt return.
Yes, he was out the gate.
One of the 500 amazing things that number 91 did in this football game. But
he's another guy that likes this game.
Yeah, well, Ethan Burke. Yeah, senior night too. I mean, it's his last home game at DKR. You could tell it meant a little bit more for him. But you're right. I mean, he was awesome in College Station last year, and he was awesome in this game on Friday. The blocked field goal too. I mean, just getting it done in a number of different ways. But yeah, I mean, Casey Concepcion was great. They handed it to him one time. He scored a touchdown. He did have 5 catches for 57 yards and had that great punt return. So it's not like he didn't do anything. But that guy, he was causing some problems for Texas every time he touched the ball. I'm glad they didn't give him the ball.
He didn't get behind anybody, which was great.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if the quarterback was going to be able to hit him anyway, but he didn't get. They didn't let him get behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was a big key as well. Here's more from Steve Sarkeesian in his post-game press conference. He was asked, "What'd you say to the team at halftime?" Right? Like, Texas down 10-3, not a lot going for them. It was a horrible end of the first half because the Aggies scored a touchdown on basically their last offensive possession, and they were going to double up. They were going to get the ball first to start the second half. There was a lot of uncomfortable Longhorn fans sitting at DKR. It's like, oh, man, this first half was tied for most of the way. Now we give up the late touchdown, and they're about to get the ball. This thing could start to spiral here pretty quickly. Obviously, that is not what happened at all. Here's Sark in the postgame when he was asked what he said to his guys in the locker room at halftime.
I just challenged him on – it was about pride for the next 30 minutes. It was about Texas fight. How much how much fight did we have left in us in the tank to fight for and with one another? And it was just we had to dig deep, and we felt like we could control the game, but everybody had to give more. Everybody had to drill deeper. Everybody had to give more. And, they felt it. I felt it. I felt it in the locker room. It was a real moment. And, you have moments like that as a coach and as a team, and you never know. I mean, I've given a lot of great speeches, and the result wasn't what you're looking for, but that one resonated for whatever it was. I thought our guys played with a ton of pride, a ton of fight, and they made plays in critical moments. And that's what games like this require. When two good teams meet, can you make the play when the play needs to be made? And I think more times than not tonight we were able to do that.
Yeah, you got to out-tough your rival.
Yeah.
You really, really do, because it's not like you have to play a perfect game, but you got to out-tough them on the other side. I think Texas was a lot more tougher when it came to toughness. I thought the Horns were really tough on Friday. I think they played tough despite some of the things that they do, crazy, like goofy penalties, really stupid, silly penalties. But the other group is goofy and silly too. They were close to you when it comes to penalties too. But if you can overcome some of those things, you can imagine what this team would be like in the off season. They got to really take issue with their penalties. They got to stop that. Some of that stuff has that. That's a part of, as you say, when you start looking at individual coaches that coach the position, that's where the head coach has to come in and be a head coach and not just be an offensive guy. He's got to look on the defensive side of what they do and talk. And he's got to coach the coaches about the penalties that individuals have. He's got to. That has to end.
Yeah.
In order to win a championship, that has to end.
Texas has had some penalty problems the last 3 years under Steve Sarkeesian, right?
Yes.
Even in 2023 and 2024, where they were.
That has to come to an end if you really want to win a championship. And all these things you're just telling us about and how they take to heart and all that stuff, they have to take that to going into the season and to each game, not just the championship type of games, but all the games they play in. Dude, we can't be penalized like this. We look dumb.
Yeah. Oh, the worst penalty of the game was on defense, right? You had A&M pinned back on a 3rd down and 21. This was a 20-10 football game at the time. Texas had the lead and all of the momentum. And then the Aggies get called for an offensive pass interference, so it puts them way behind the 8 ball. It's 3rd and forever. And Marcel Reed takes off and runs, and then Jelani McDonald hits him just barely, but got the very bottom of the face mask, and it gives the Aggies an automatic 1st down.
Yeah, with your hands, just tackle him to the ground. Don't put your hands near his face. Grab him around the waist and drag him. And the rest, by the way, they tackle well. They had a lot of gang tackles.
Yeah.
A lot of guys.
They tackled really well. Just that moment right there. And, it would have been a 4th down and about 7 or 8. I think A&M would have gone for it in that spot. But obviously, 4th and 7, 4th and 8, a lot better than a fresh set of downs and 15 free yards. And then the Aggies ended up scoring on that drive to make it a 3-point game once again. So
clean up a bunch of that. And it's a bunch. It's not just a couple. It's a bunch. You have a lot of penalties. You got to work. Your individual coaches have to really work on that part of the game. And you as the head coach, that's where you have your sit down with guys and say, yeah, your guys are doing this. We can't have that.
No, I agree. Thankfully, it did not cost Texas on Friday. And it's interesting. There were 3 games in the 12-game regular season that just concluded where the Longhorns won the penalty battle against their opponents. That was the 3 rivalry games, Buck.
Man.
So, you could still argue there were too many against Arkansas and A&M, but they were the less dumb team in their 3 big rivalry games.
Well, they show how physical they can be in those games. They really showed in those 3 games how physical they are. But one that they have to show how physical they are, because you need to, if you're going to win the SEC, Georgia's going to have to become your rival, whether you like it or not. They've now become your rival.
Yeah, that's the team that you've got to beat, right?
I'm looking. I watched Alabama, and I'm thinking, God, I'd rather be playing them than Georgia.
Well, I'd rather be playing anybody this weekend.
Yeah.
But we'll see Bama, Georgia part 2 in the SEC title game on Saturday. And that's an interesting one, right? Like, could Bama get left out if they get smoked by Georgia this weekend?
There's a possibility.
I wonder. Last year the committee did not punish anybody who played in a conference championship game, but SMU was the team that everybody wanted punished. They lost on like a last-second field goal. Like if Alabama loses close to Georgia, there's no question they're going to be in because they already beat Georgia earlier this season. But if somehow, and this probably won't happen considering how much Bama has Georgia's number, but if somehow Georgia's able to stop Alabama this weekend, then could that open up the door for somebody on the outside to sneak into the playoff?
Yeah, I think Georgia will win that game.
That's interesting. They've looked better as of late, but again, it's Bama's been in their heads, so they'll get an opportunity at some redemption in Atlanta.
Yeah, hey, way to go, LSU. Good job.
With Lane
Doing
Kiffin?
absolutely nothing against
with losing. Oh my God.
Oh, my.
Dude. I mean, Saturday sucked, right? Like despite Steve Sarkeesian and my arguing, we probably knew that Texas was going to need some chaos to unfold on Saturday for the
It was right there for the taking, too.
Yeah, and there were so many close games, right? I mean, LSU had a late lead on Oklahoma, then just had a horrible coverage bust that gave OU a free touchdown.
How open was that guy?
Almost looked fixed, like someone paid off LSU in that one. Make sure we can get Oklahoma in the playoff. Alabama and Auburn, that game was close. It was a tie game midway through the fourth quarter there.
And how about them going for the touchdown? That was like bizarre. Did the head coaches have a brain fart there? That is 99.9% BK. You kicked that field goal.
I know. I couldn't believe Kalen DeBoer kept the offense on the field on fourth down. It worked. I mean, I think if they kicked a field goal, they still would have won.
Oh, I do too, because their freshman quarterback wasn't taking them down the field at that time of the game.
You miss out on that. You get stopped on fourth down, and Auburn wins that football game. All the good graces that Kalen DeBoer has built up this year have gone. They're recalling.
Dude, they're still mad at him for that. They're mad at him for going. They're still like, is that guy crazy? What's that guy doing?
There was some craziness in that decision.
I was like, no, he's really. Wait a minute, they're just going to try to draw them off. What are they? No, it was like, what was it, like 5 yards or something for a touchdown?
I think it was like a 4th and 3 from the 5 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, what are they trying to? What are they trying to do? Are they going to just go take a 5-yard penalty, kick a field goal anyway? No. When he snapped the ball, I was like, oh no, the center wasn't supposed to actually snap the ball, was he?
Yeah, there were some close calls, right? I mean, Utah really struggled with Kansas. BYU was down 14-0 at one point to UCF at home. But obviously the two that most people were most focused on, Oklahoma and Alabama. Both teams were on the ropes, but they found a way.
So are you seeing that the Big 12 will have BYU has to beat Texas Tech? They can't lose to them twice, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're a Texas fan or if you're just a fan of any team, like kind of on the outside looking in, hoping for an at-large berth, you got to root for Texas Tech because Tech's going to be in regardless.
Yeah.
I think, if BYU loses in Arlington, then they will be out. So there will be a lot of teams around the country rooting for your Mark U this weekend.
Yeah.
And your Mark will, of course, be in attendance in Arlington this weekend.
How does he fix that up that BYU wins?
You wonder if Tech – you're going to try. You go back to that, Utah-Kansas State game a couple of weeks ago, and boy, it sure looked like the fix was in on that one. Hey, let's make sure Utah keeps its playoff hopes alive here.
Wow.
I don't know. There could be some fishy stuff going on in that one. But, those are two results you got to root for. If you're hoping your team makes it into the playoff, you hope Georgia smashes Alabama and somehow the Tide get left out, and you hope that BYU takes care of Texas Tech. And
I'm leaning more on that. Like you said, I'm leaning more in Georgia beating Alabama by 2 scores, 2 touchdowns, not 2 scores, 2 touchdowns.
Wow. All right.
Can that send them packing?
I don't know. We've never really seen anything like it before. I don't know what the college football playoff committee is going to do if that does show up. They might just say, Bama, you beat Georgia already this year, so we don't care. We're not going to punish you for playing on a Saturday where most teams aren't playing.
And no way to punish Ole Miss. I mean, they did what they had to do.
Yeah. If Ole Miss would have lost to Mississippi State and then Lane Kiffin would have left, I think there's a chance they would have gotten left out even at 10-2. But
what a scumbag he is.
I just think 11-1. Yeah, they're gonna make it, and we'll obviously see how they do with Pete Golding taking over, their defensive coordinator now.
Well, Lane Kiffin wanted to coach so bad. He didn't care if he coached or not. That dude was ready to leave.
Oh, of course he wanted to coach. You want to have your cake and you want to eat it too.
Yeah, that guy's such a weird dude.
Yeah, he's an interesting cat, and he held LSU and Ole Miss hostage for a while, and ultimately
to the very end. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. That thing went. I wonder if Bama lost to Auburn, Ole Miss would have jumped Alabama, and they would be in the SEC championship game this weekend. So I wonder if maybe
I think they would have I think he would have held out his decision again, though.
Right? Would they have let him hold out his decision even longer? I mean,
oh shit, he couldn't hold out any longer. My God, they had him. It was just about Sunday night. Yeah, he would have been able to hold them off again.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like signing day's Wednesday, so it's like, we heard stories about an ultimatum. Was there actually an ultimatum given? Who knows? It's over. He
was giving out all the ultimatums. He was the guy doing all that stuff. He got it just when he wanted to. He just didn't get a chance to coach him. But like you said, I think they would have let him coach a championship game.
Lane Kiffin is trying very hard to get Ole Miss fans to not hate him. He did that 5-minute interview with Marty Smith right as he landed in Baton Rouge yesterday.
That's not working.
No, the first time LSU plays in Oxford, it's
oh my God.
Think about Chris Beard in Lubbock, Texas fans. That's what the scene is going to be. Except it's football, so there's 3 or 4 times as many people out there than there are in a basketball gym.
I hate to root for somebody to fail. I'm rooting for that guy to fail at LSU.
Yeah, I mean, I don't root.
They're gonna give him everything he wants, all the money he wants. They're gonna claim that we owe this other guy. They don't care.
It's the right move. It's the right move for Lane Kiffin. It's the right move for his career. LSU's a better job, and you've got better opportunities to win at LSU than you do at Ole Miss. So, could he have handled it better? Of course he could have handled it better, but there are plenty
of... That's not him, though. He's not going to handle it better.
Oh, there are plenty of our baseball coach could have handled it better when he took this Texas. There are plenty of examples of coaches or players maybe not handling the situations with the most grace or class that they could on their way out the door.
You're not gonna make everybody happy anyway. Somebody's gonna be upset.
Right.
No matter how you handle something, you're gonna make somebody upset about it.
Dude, everyone will turn. This is what Aggie fans did when Texas stole Schloss. It's yeah, but if he would have handled it better and not been so mean to that reporter, then we would have forgiven. No, you're mad because he's leaving.
Yes.
You don't care that he held. He could have kept Ole Miss hostage, and then at the end of the day on Saturday said, "I'm staying," and then all is forgotten. You're not mad because of that. You're mad because he's gone, and you would have been just as mad even if he left a week earlier without all of that dog and pony show. So that's what it is, and I get it. They should be mad. They lost the best coach that they've ever had. So that's how it works. But yeah, I'm rooting against Lane Kiffin because I always root against LSU because I don't.
Yeah, no, there you go.
That's just how I operate. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get into that a little bit more. The college football coaching carousel too. We've got to talk some about that. We'll hand out a few more game balls for the Longhorns' huge win over Texas A&M. Maybe a little bit more playoff discussion as well. But before we dive back into the sports, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, I've been searching for the right support for my back for years, and I finally now have it from our good friends at Relax the Back. Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And as I said, my back couldn't be happier based on 35 years of proven expertise. And right now at Relax the Back, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, all the great accessories, office chairs, desks. They have it all at Relax the Back. If you have somebody that's suffering from back pain, neck pain, shoulder, hips, please send them over to 2 of the great locations they have at Relax the Back, and they'll find something that will give them relief. In BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now a word for our great friends and from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Boy, thanks to Schultz Garden for having us this year. Awful lot of fun. A lot of Aggies, a lot of new folks who we met. A a lot of new listeners, hopefully, that we gathered there. And it was a good time. That place was packed on Friday. My God.
Madhouse.
What a scene there.
So much fun. I mean, our show was from 4 to 6 before the 6:30 kickoff. And I mean, I got there at like 2:45 and
it was crazy there.
A mess. Impossible to drive, impossible to walk. I mean, it was fun. It was a great crowd all around the stadium and obviously inside DKR as well. But you're right, man. Schultz Garden, they've been such a gracious host to us the past couple of years. And those shows.
And how was it? And with the atmosphere, BK, did they have a lot of fireworks and stuff since it was a night game? They have plenty of that going on?
Fireworks and the drones were out.
Did the drones do their thing?
Awesome drone show.
Really?
I mean, they're all awesome. I'm like a little kid whenever I see drones. I think they're like the coolest thing ever because I don't know how they work, and I don't really care to learn how they work.
Yeah.
But the fact, I mean, after the third quarter and that commercial break between the third and the fourth, obviously Texas was up at that point. The Longhorns had all the momentum. The crowd was pumped. It was right after that Jack Endry's catch and stiff arm down to the 1 yard line too. So everyone's going nuts. Texas is about to score another touchdown. And then, you just get the drone show of all drone shows.
Nice.
Over the east side of the stadium. It was sensational.
Oh, good.
They pulled out all the stops there. And there was a lot of lighting at DKR. You can light up your home with Humbug Holiday Lighting, Buck.
There you go.
Not that for a segue. Humbug Holiday Lighting is a full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. Basically, they specialize in everything. They will handle all of your lighting wants and needs so you can enjoy a stress-free holiday display. Custom designs. If you want to go all out, you can. If you want something relatively simple, you could do that as well. Just don't get on a ladder. Don't be doing that yourself. It's also cold outside. You don't want to be dealing with that right now. Let the pros and the experts at Humbug take care of you. Their slogan, all the magic without the hassle. That's what they are. You get that awesome lighting display that's going to be the envy of your friends and neighbors, but you don't have to do any of the work before or after the holiday season. They literally handle everything from start to finish, and they've got their client happiness promise as well. If you are not happy, they will make it right. HumbugLights.com is the website. You can call them at 833-4HUMBUG or shoot them a text, 512-222-1820. Schedule your free, you heard that right, free design consultation today with Humbug Holiday Lighting.
There's a lot to be thankful for, and I've had another year with you doing this. This has been fantastic. And to all the listeners and folks out there, I don't know where Texas goes from here, if they make it to the college playoffs or they end up down in the Tangerine Bowl, which they don't have anymore. It's called the Citrus Bowl. But this has been an awful lot of fun. I'm still doing high school football. Lake Travis still continues to move on as we go along. But boy, this has been a really fun season. It has. I know everybody's expectations were that this Texas team, started out as the number one team in the nation and finishing up, who knows? But this is still a pretty good building process with a lot of really talented players and a situation where the coach and the team and people in Austin are really together with this football team. And that had to be an inspiring performance that they put on against the number 3 team in the nation. Whether it's your rival or anybody else, that was a really good display of, as Sark says, really I thought that was physical football by that group on Friday, because that team is as chubby as I thought they looked. Man, that team, that was a good football team that they beat.
Yeah, it was. I mean, look, the Aggies were
they had a lot to play for, dude.
Yeah, and they were fighting for a spot in the SEC championship game, and Texas held them out of it. So
that's absolutely right.
Yeah, a huge win for the Longhorns, and it's probably not going to be enough to get them into the college football playoff, despite the complaints and gripes of me and a lot of Texas fans around the world. But it's a huge win over a rival, and it gives you some momentum going into the offseason. And
absolutely,
like you said earlier, I mean, look, we'll be spending a lot of time over these next couple of months talking about what Texas needs to do to build for 2026. But it's nice to go in. I don't know there's a bowl game left to be played, but it's nice to go into the offseason with recruiting and the transfer portal on a high note and with some confidence and momentum that, all right, what we're doing here is still working.
Yeah,
we still know we beat 3 top 10. We're the first team since 2019 to beat 3 top 10 teams in the same year. Yeah, we had a couple of losses we wish we didn't have. Yeah, this season didn't quite go the way that we wanted it to go, but there's still enough reasons for confidence and
Absolutely
that this program is headed in the right
a
direction.
lot of programs around the country wish they were in this spot right now.
Yeah, a lot of them do. A lot of them do. And yeah, looking at some bowl projections, obviously spent some time this weekend looking at those. And I
saw the guy in the green jackets on Friday at Schultz. They were coming over for a beer. I don't know. When I see the bright green jackets, it makes me always think of the Citrus Bowl. I think those dudes were around.
The green jackets, like what, Jordan Spieth,
No, they wear green. The bowl representatives have certain jackets that they wear. The Orange Bowl guys wear these big, bright orange jackets, coats.
What was Hideki Matsuyama doing at Schultz Garden, dude?
No.
Green jackets.
I saw the green and orange jackets, the bright Tennessee orange with the green jackets. And I said, is that Citrus Bowl representatives? There are like 3 of them walking around having a good time down at Schultz. So they were there to talk just in case they don't make it to the playoffs, I got to believe.
Yeah, I've seen 3 different bowls. I looked at about 10 different projections, and I was crying pretty much the whole thing.
Obviously, did you see the Sun Bowl in there? The Sun Bowl in there?
Sun Bowl's not in there.
What?
No.
Lovely El Paso.
We're not making it to sunny El Paso, Buck.
Gosh.
If we did that, we would have to Greyhound it. Those are the rules.
Oh.
I don't make them. You do. The 3 options, based on what I've seen, all of these games are in the state of Florida.
Now you're talking. That's okay.
The most likely one is the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
There you go. That's who I saw.
Dude,
saw the Cheez-Its guys there.
The amount of Cheez-Its I'll be eating on this show between now and December 31st when that game takes place, if we are in that game. I mean, we're going to need a sponsorship deal with Cheez-It. I'm just going to go ahead and say that right now. I'm going to have our people call their people to get something like that done. So that's the most likely one. The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl is against a Big Ten team. That's in Orlando. So a little Disney for New Year's. And a lot of folks have picked Texas, Michigan as the matchup there.
That's all right. They suck.
Texas obviously whooped up on Michigan last year. They will play Michigan in 2027 here in Austin. But 2 marquee brands, 2 big-time programs. Michigan was ranked ahead of Texas. I have no idea why. Doesn't matter at all. No idea why Michigan was ranked ahead of Texas before Saturday. They got steamrolled by Ohio State. Nice call on that one, sir. But a lot of people are picking that one. Your other 2 options, also December 31st, the ReliaQuest Bowl. That's in Tampa, also against a Big Ten team. So it could be Michigan there. It could be Iowa. I saw a Texas-Iowa pick.
No, thanks. I don't want to watch boring Iowa football.
I don't know how much I'm going to want to watch any of these games, to be honest with you. And then the other option is December 27th. That is the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl in Jacksonville. That'd be against an ACC team. So if Miami doesn't make the playoff, you could get a Texas-Miami game there. So it seems like we're going to be in Florida, Orlando, Tampa, Jacksonville, the 3 spots that I have seen.
My daughter lives in Jacksonville, but I wouldn't want to go there Jacksonville, Florida. That's a pass.
Wow, you hate your daughter? Breaking
news.
That's
Jackson. I don't think of Jacksonville as anything but Jaguars, and that's it.
I don't know anything about Jacksonville, literally besides the Jaguars.
There's nothing to it. A place that's.
Yeah, I don't really want to go to any of those.
well, it's a little bit better than it's a little bit better than Lubbock.
Ooh, just a little.
Just a little.
God.
More beaches. Same amount of sand.
Well, at least the weather should be warm at that time of the year. That's, I guess, your reward. But yeah, obviously, it's going to feel like a major letdown if you're there instead of. I'd rather be playing in Lubbock, because that's a playoff game if you're playing in Lubbock.
There you go.
Give me College Station. Give me Norman. Give me Oxford. Give me Eugene. Give me anywhere else but Florida. How about that?
Yeah, I saw those guys. There was 3 of those guys walking around. Every time I see those bright jackets, I'm thinking, yeah, back in the day, nice. They're coming to look, especially if they had Orange Bowl jackets on. That'd be great.
And bowl games used to mean a little something. And I'm glad they get played. I'm not one of those guys who's like abolish the bowl games. No, I love watching
football.
I love watching football. It's good for some of the kids. It's good for the programs, and it's good for the fans, right? But yeah, look, we all know that they just don't mean nearly as much as they used to.
No, home games on your campus mean a lot.
Right. Yeah. Playoff games are fun. They're great. And unfortunately, the committee isn't going to give Texas the opportunity to participate in one. So
Sark was working hard.
Yeah. Let's play this. I mean, it's long. It's 2 minutes, but Steve Sarkeesian, the very first question he was asked after the game on Friday was about if he feels that his team is worthy of a spot in the college football playoff. It's long, but let's play it. Here's Steve Sarkeesian advocating for his Longhorns.
There's a couple things in here that to me are really telling stats, okay? We're the first team since the 2019 national champion LSU team to beat 3 top 10 ranked teams in the same season during the regular season. So let's just chew on that for a second. There's been a lot of great football teams that have played over the last 6 years, but we're the first team since LSU to beat 3 top 10 ranked teams in the same season during the regular season. Okay? I think we have the number 5 ranked toughest schedule in the country. We've played the number 1, the number 3, and number 4 ranked teams in the country. Okay? We went on the road to Ohio State in week 1 and lost to them on a 1-score game, and we have the ball at the end of the game, and we outgained them by nearly 200 yards, and no one else has been close to a 1-score game against them. But I think more importantly, it's the message that what do we want to send to the head coaches and the athletic directors around the country? Do you want us not to schedule Ohio State? Because if we're a 10-2 team right now, this isn't a discussion. We're in the playoff. But we were willing to go up there and play that game. And so now when you play 5 top 10 ranked teams in the regular season and you go 3-2, you beat 3 of them, and you schedule an Ohio State out of conference play, I surely don't think we want to punish us to do that. Because what are we all going to do? We're all going to get out of those games, just like a lot of other teams in the country have done. And they've got nice, pretty records right now. But they weren't willing to go play these games out of conference. We're willing to go play those games. I just hope we don't get punished for doing that. And this whole idea that, hey, well, you lost to Florida. Well, the team that played for the national championship last year lost to Northern Illinois at home. So we're not going to you're going to punish us, and you don't want to punish them, but yet they were good enough to go play for a national title. So I have no doubt in my mind that the team we have in that locker room downstairs is a playoff football team and worthy of an opportunity to play for a national championship.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. They're just some ADs aren't going to do that, and you're with an AD who's not going to do it. He's going to do some things for his fans, despite not making the playoffs. He's going to give his fans games like Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan. He's not playing Moravian or Kutztown. He's not going to do that. Despite what others are doing, CDC is not going to do that. He wants to play the best of the best. It may put his head coach in a bad situation, but he's going to make sure that his fans get what they pay for.
Yeah,
and that's a hard thing. That's a hard thing to do, because right now the fans would like them to be playing in a playoff game, but they don't want to miss out on the Ohio State games or the Michigan or the Notre Dame type of games. They just don't want to do that. And he sees it that way. And I guarantee the coach is thinking the other way, and I bet she's been thinking that way for the last couple of years. Why am I playing Ohio State?
I don't think Sark feels that way. I think Sark likes those games. I just he doesn't want them to keep his team out of the playoff. He doesn't want Texas to change those games. He wants the committee to be like, oh no, we're not going to punish you that much for being willing to play those games.
Once they get to the ridiculous number of 20 teams in the playoffs, or 24 or whatever, he's assured with 3 losses in the SEC, he's going to get. And it may even, who knows? I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't, like I'm saying, I don't know how many teams will be in it next year. There'll be more than 12. I got a feeling.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it'll be 14, probably 16.
Yeah, we'll get to the 3 loss teams. Just may not happen this year, and it still may happen. I don't know how this is going to unfold, but I know this: the guy who is the athletic director is not going to do that to his fans. He's playing these games. The coach is not talking him into not playing those type of games.
Yeah, I don't think Texas is going to cancel the return trips for Ohio State or Michigan, right? Because
There's Notre Dame on this schedule again here shortly.
They do have a home and home against Notre Dame after that. And,
yeah,
maybe that gets canceled. Maybe it doesn't get canceled. Maybe Texas continues scheduling those games deep into the future. I don't know. I don't know if they're like, you know what, after this, we're done. We'll play the games that we already have, but unless something changes, then
it'll show in the schedule. We'll know.
For sure. Yeah, I don't think the next 2 years will get canceled. There's too much money to be made, and obviously you have a better chance to win when you're playing teams in your barn. Texas was undefeated at home this season. So most teams are better at home than they are on the road. So I don't think the Ohio State game in September or the Michigan game in September of 27 is going anywhere. But I do wonder about the home and home against Notre Dame, and then also anything after that if Texas feels like, and it's not like, man, I don't go to bat for Lincoln Riley too often, although he left Oklahoma at the altar, which was kind of funny. But Lincoln Riley earlier this year got labeled a coward for indicating that USC was maybe going to cancel their rivalry game against Notre Dame. USC's also 9-3. They're not making the playoff. If they played somebody else instead of Notre Dame, they'd be 10-2, and they might be in. Now, Texas has a much better case than USC does because of the games that they've won. But, Texas isn't the only team that's in this kind of situation this year. And you already have one coach at a prominent blue blood type of program saying, we're canceling. We would like to cancel our games because of what it does to the playoff rankings.
Oh, he's a scaredy cat anyway.
I know. And that's the easy response right there. But the point is, there are other coaches and ADs who have already done this. It's not like Texas would be the first team.
Oh, no, they wouldn't be the first out of the block. No way.
No. So it's like you wonder if it forces Texas to follow what other teams do, which I don't want. You don't want. Fans shouldn't want that because these blue blood versus blue blood games are so fun and they're so good for the sport. But if you're going to reward somebody for playing Samford and punish somebody for playing Ohio State, then why wouldn't you take the cookie?
Yeah, I don't see that for the next couple of years. I just don't see this athletic director doing that unless it got to the point where, hey, we're going to be stuck with 12-team playoff for the next 5 years, which I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to expand, and so are the losses. So,
yeah. It's going to happen, though, even if you do go to 16, right? I don't know if it'll happen to Texas. It'll happen to somebody where a 10-2 team with a much weaker schedule will get in over a 9-3 team that was willing to schedule somebody tough or just plays in a tougher conference in general.
Yeah.
Context needs to matter here. It just feels like the committee only looks at your win-loss record and nothing else. And that doesn't make sense to me. It's not the NFL where everyone's on an equal playing field and you basically play like the same teams as everybody else. It's totally different. So I don't know. Again, my argument's not going to change anything, unfortunately, but way she goes, I guess. You want to watch Mike Elko crash out again?
Yeah, let me see that again.
This was pretty funny after the game on Saturday.
We didn't play the way we needed to play. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much there.
Thank you for the apology there, Coach. Appreciate that.
Jersey Mike losing it.
Hey, can you coach a team that's good enough to beat Texas, please?
Really?
I'm an Aggie media member. That's my question back to Elko there. What's the deal, man? That was glorious to see in that.
Oh, yeah, this press conference today ought to be a beauty.
Well, I don't know if he has one today because there's no game for A&M this weekend, thanks to Texas.
He can hide out somewhere for a week or two.
Don't forget gravy, rolls, ice cream, nachos, donuts.
Wow.
Grind. The tagline for Texas A&M football under Mike Elko.
That is something.
We call them little brother, but really they should be the big brother with that coach.
With their defensive line. Wow.
Yeah, that was
jelly rolls.
The jelly rolls. That's what you're calling them? Man. Oh, man. We'll have to spend a lot of time tomorrow talking about the college football coaching carousel because there's 5 hires made in the SEC over the weekend.
My goodness.
By the way, Kentucky fired Mark Stoops overnight. So there's about to be
regardless of night, he's gone, huh?
Yeah, there's about to be another hire made in this conference. I mean, it's just insane. Also, Penn State still hasn't done anything. I don't know what they're cooking up there in Happy Valley.
Yeah, they may end up with Dayball.
Ugh.
I know. Is that exciting for if you're a Penn State fan?
I don't know. Dude, the Vegas odds have shifted so much on that. I saw something yesterday that had Lincoln Riley. Speaking of Lincoln Riley is the favorite for Penn State.
Come on, really?
Talk about a weird culture fit. That guy from Muleshoe, Texas, Penn State?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to go Brian Hartline at Ohio State or if they're going to go somebody out of the NFL.
I think Hartline may take that gig.
Everyone else is starting to put it together, but still
And,
nothing.
and Hartline will get a gig. Maybe he'll get Kentucky, isn't he? From his brother or something played there, quarterback there.
Brian Hartline would be a ding dong if he takes the Kentucky job.
Would he?
Yeah, I just think that guy, he's the OC at the #1 Ohio State Buckeyes. That guy can get a better gig than Kentucky. I get it. A head coaching gig is a head coaching gig, but.
Well, no, I mean, if Penn State offer him, he's definitely taking that.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He should. I know he's an Ohio State guy. That's where he played, and maybe that's sacrilegious, but if you want to be a head coach, you take the Penn State job. You don't take the Kentucky job.
No.
And if you wait till next year for something, hey, Florida State might open up next year. I'm going to wait and take that one instead.
Yeah, that's the one you can be waiting on because that thing is just waiting to happen.
I ain't taking that guy. And another name that I've seen, Jake brings it up, former Lake Travis offensive coordinator, now with Oregon, Will Stein.
Will Stein, yeah.
I think that'd be a pretty good hire for Kentucky. I think Will Stein could – I know it's an SEC gig, but, dude, it is not easy to win at Kentucky.
No.
And football will never be the #1 sport there.
No, you're right.
Think about what people say about Texas basketball. Like, that's Kentucky football and then some. Just,
Neil Brown's from Kentucky, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to hire Neil Brown.
I don't think so either.
No. What's Neil Brown doing these days? Still here?
He's still here.
Yeah. Special assistant to the regional manager.
Yeah, I didn't know what he did. I was looking for the run game to change. He didn't bring anything to the run game.
Special assistant to the head coach. That's
well, maybe they let him do something for the run game this last game.
Maybe that was it. Yeah, they finally let Neil Brown out of his cage, and
they let Jack Andrews out of his cage.
It worked. Yeah, it worked. A lot of good from Friday night. God, that was so much fun. I've had a smile on my face pretty much since that game went final. Really, since the Kobe Black dagger interception, I've been pretty happy. I've tried to not let Saturday's results get to me too much. But beating A&M in that fashion was pretty enjoyable. I can tell you that.
Boy, it took me a long time to come around to that, but man, oh man.
Yeah, you were all over the place last week. I mean, throughout the year, you were so confident in Texas. Then, 3 out of the 5 days last week, you were picking A&M to win.
I just didn't know how they were gonna run the ball, and then they were scaring me when they kept toting out number 4 out there on the field. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, they almost lost the game because they just kept playing CJ Baxter.
I kept going, are you really? Come on, guys. You can't do this.
Yeah.
But you already know this by now. Nothing's going to happen. You don't have time to waste plays in a game.
Thankfully,
you definitely don't have time to waste carries in a game.
You're right.
Shout out. Go drop back like you did in the first quarter and start throwing bombs again.
Right. Shout out.
Chance.
What's that?
At least you got a chance when you're throwing bombs.
Mm-hmm.
This way, when you turn around and hand it to him, you got no chance.
No, you're right. CJ Baxter just not very good, but that's okay. Didn't need to be because Trey Wisner was awesome, and Arch Manning's legs were also awesome.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah,
and they used him to run, and he took some good timing there, BK, when he said, it's just time to go. I'm going to take this yardage I can get.
Absolutely.
Did a good job protecting himself. He protected himself pretty well after that concussion.
Yeah.
That needs to be the rest of his career in protecting himself and not taking any hits like that anymore.
I'm excited to watch that guy play behind a real offensive line and with the real run game.
Yes.
Very excited to see that next year. All right, let's bring on Double R. I see one half of Chaos Theory ready to roll. What's going on, sir?
Morning, boys. How we doing, man? I think that concussion helped Arch, to be honest with you. It kind of rattled his melon a little bit, made it better.
Got it straightened out, got all the puzzle pieces in the right place.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because that's when everything kind of started clicking a little bit better. It seems like.
And the wires were maybe disconnected or unplugged, and then that hit plugged everything back in.
Yeah, a little short in there somewhere. But I saw a lot of people up here in Houston on Saturday, and these Aggies, man, they're still walking around with all that maroon on. And it's like, I'm just like, like they're giving me horns down. A couple of people flip me off in public. I'm like, all right, keep it classy. But yeah.
I gotta go see my lady at the stretch zone. She's a Texas. She was at the game. She's an Aggie. I got to be careful of what she tries to do to me today with my knees and all that stuff. I'm gonna feel the pain I got to feel in this morning.
Oh man, Bucky, I have to tell you right quick. So the event that I was at on Saturday, I went and kind of was looking around at the Autorama, and at the Autorama they have all kinds of different vendors, different whatever. I bought you something, my man. I bought you something for your office.
Nice.
You can have this in your office.
Oh yeah, that's got to go back right behind me.
Right there. So
you can see D's nuts.
Whoa, a D's nuts license plate?
Oh my goodness.
We'll get that to you that way. It's like right there, and you just point to it. You can still say it, but you can kind of point to it right there.
Nice. D's nuts.
Can you put that on your car? Is that okay? Is that street legal?
No, it's a smaller one. I was going to get him a big one, but I didn't want people to think that he'd been in jail, or anything like that. So.
Maybe keep the real plate on the back, but have the D's nuts plate on the front.
I've got I got that little tractor now that I can put that plate on. Yeah, that'd be great.
There you go. Put it on the dash. Put it on the dash like my people do.
For you too. I was given a little stove on Friday over at Soup Action by Jay. That's been denied at my house. My wife's not going to. Oh, it's nice. It's a plug-in, and it's got the electric eyes on it, the big ones. You can take that on the road with you.
Oh, nice.
But you'll just have to get out. You have to get out your camping set, your Boy Scout camping stuff to put on it, to do eggs, do your own eggs and stuff on the road.
It's in the trailer.
There you go. I got that for you.
This trip I've had not one, not two, 3 McRibs. So I need to I need to have some.
It's a Thanksgiving season. You can't be eating McRibs.
I had a McRib on Thursday night. Turkey. McRib Thursday.
Oh my goodness.
We got a white elephant Secret Santa thing going on here. Rodney's giving Bucky a D's Nuts license plate. Buck's giving Double R a Cuisinart double grill burner. I mean, this is good stuff here. Wags, you and I got a gift exchange something, I guess.
Yeah, we do it for our birthdays. The Pisces power, buddy.
Pisces power. There you go.
Back-to-back birthdays, right?
We cross the streams.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
We're not touching tips, though.
Yeah,
just the tip. Just
no
the tip.
sword touching.
Just to see the feeling.
No,
is it numb up there? Got any feeling up there?
Yeah, I don't feel anything anymore. I don't
who are the people in green jackets? What were you talking about?
I think they were like Citrus Bowl Cheez-It Bowl represented. They were running around Schultz Garden.
Are you sure about that, or you just saw people in green jackets?
No. I know bowl reps when I see them. They're generally white dudes with glasses on, not knowing where they're really going. Wondering is this a beer line or is this a food line?
Do they look like Ed McMahon?
A little bit like Ed. Yeah.
No,
Bob Cole.
He's right. If they were Mexican,
what was that Clearance House? Was it Clearance House? What the hell was Ed McMahon?
Oh,
with the songs.
Publishers Clearing
Columbia House Records.
Columbia House, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're like Columbia House guys looking for me to pay them back for the tapes that I got when I was in college. No. They were just wandering around, not knowing where they were going.
Oh no. Yeah, once you said white guys with glasses, if they were Mexicans with contacts, we'd be in the clear. But because they're white guys with, if he looked like this, we're in trouble. We're going to the Citrus Bowl.
You're going to that citrus cheese.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that bowl trip. That's that.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
If you're a player,
man, that was another old white guy.
Per diem, you're getting per diem. You got to play in one game. You think they're going to give a rat's ass about that game? You think the Knights out? Oh, look out. In Orlando with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse and Goofy, how much fun they're going to have.
Oh, that's going to be a blast, man.
They're college kids. They're not 4-year-olds. What do you mean they're going to have a blast at Disney?
You know how many kids will have never been to that place will get an opportunity to go there? It's okay. I'm going to tell you, it's an okay bowl trip. If you're not doing, it's better than going home or
go to Frisco. Like a lot of these Texas teams, they'll go to Frisco for a bowl game. I'm like, oh, wow.
No, what would have been better is the Sun Bowl in lovely El Paso.
El Paso.
That would be – now that's having fun now.
You go to Disney World by yourself as an adult. I got some questions.
You're a creepo.
Yeah, I got some questions. If you going by yourself to Disney World, I got some questions.
No, I'd go to El Paso. If they gave me a choice, I'd go to El Paso. Or, but like I said, the rooms are taken up down here. Oh, man.
I met a dude
look at that.
I met a dude in a gold jacket this weekend, the great Warren Moon.
That's a Hall of Fame jacket right there, brother.
A Hall of Fame jacket. I never touched a Hall of Famer before.
No, that's not a Hall of Fame jacket.
That's a cutout, right?
No, that's real. That's him.
Warren Moon.
I'm kidding.
Warren Moon is on the committee for the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl. So Rodney was just chopping it up with a different bowl game representative. Those guys wear gold jackets, not green, I think.
That's right. That's right.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
all right,
awesome.
boys. I'm going to go get stretched by my Aggie stretching lady today.
Well, you better be careful if
I know
she's an Aggie, she might try to pull a fast one on you.
No, I'm going to be she went to the game and she does all the stretching. No, she's not that doctor. I see that doctor later this week. I'm going to say I want the mild treatment today. I don't need any extra stretch. Plus it's cold out and something could snap today.
Oof.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. Rodney, I went for, yesterday was supposed to be my 1.5 mile walk. Yeah. I made it 2 laps around and said, I'm done.
You'll warm up the more you walk, though, right?
No, not this body. That's not how this works when it's cold and the wind is blowing in your face on that track out there in the middle of nowhere. I got to 2 laps and there was a dude that was jogging. He had his leggings on and a pair of shorts over it, and he was just jogging. And I had to wait for him to go past me, and then I veered off the track after 2 laps and said, I'm in the car in the warm. I can't. My body didn't want to do it yesterday.
19 degrees in Denver.
It's fun. So I had to call my other boss this morning because I had a little mishap with some computer equipment over the weekend, and had to explain that and plead, for whatever. And so I told her, because it's 43 here right now in Houston with heavy rain, and she said, Bub, you got me by 20 degrees. I'm like, disregard that comment.
She bubbed you?
Bub.
Yeah, Bub. I'm from Texas, She does.
What are we taking?
That's Mike Elko's name, Bub. Hey, Bub.
Bub.
Hey, Bub, can you close the door, please, Bub?
He was pissed, wasn't he?
Bub, can you get a professional press conference around here, Bub? Huh?
That dude was pissed.
Yeah,
you say Bub or Tubbs?
Bub, all of them.
Chubbs, maybe for
Chubbs, Rubs. Go get some loves. I don't care.
Iron Mike Chelko, he was pissed.
Right. I got to calm this randomizer down here, boys. This is
right.
It is about the bust.
Not the only thing. Okay.
Yeah.
No follow-ups.
I've been on the road for a while.
Yeah.
I've been on the road for a while.
I set it up.
Yeah.
I set it up. Nobody knocked it down.
The winner of the $150 Cowboy Bob's Catering gift certificate in honor of the Longhorns' 27-17 win over Little Brother. 512-4790.
Oh, it's not me.
It's Patrick.
You going with Patrick?
It's always Patrick.
It's always Patrick. I mean,
he always comes in and says, I won. I won.
Oh, good bit. Yeah, no, new winner, it appears. Congrats to this texter who said Cabo Bob's belongs in the CFP.
Boom.
They've got a better case than Notre Dame, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Losers. Yeah. God, I hate Notre Dame so much. Bums. I'm like you now, Bucky. I can't stand those
guys. You can't.
You bum. You bum. Didn't that girl say
Are they done playing against our military now?
Yeah, well, they played Stanford, who, know, the military would kick their ass.
Hold on. Doesn't Texas A&M think they're the military?
Yes. The band was dressed up in full military garb. So thank the band for their service.
Yeah.
When you see them.
Boy, this is going to be a hard year for the Aggies, is it not?
Well, they're in the playoffs, so anytime you bring up Texas beating them, they'll probably counter by saying we're in the playoff and you're
let
not.
It burn. Just let it burn. When you watch it, let it burn.
All right, boys, listen, have a great Monday.
See you later, guys.
See y'all.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yes, we did beat Little Brother. Yes, they will go to the playoff. No, we will not go to the playoff. Let it burn. Just watch it. Let it burn. Let that shit eat at you. Let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. And motivate the hell out of you to come back next year and win the national championship.
Right, man. I get the whole Ohio State loss thing, quality loss, all that. But you know what? Beat Florida. Beat Florida.
No, I get it. And there's a soundbite that we're gonna hear from Sark, right? And I'm with you. Like, it's hard for me to put in a 3-loss team, but Coach Sarkeesian makes a very, very strong argument and a very strong point, right? But to all the other national pundits out there, that's what's going to happen. We're not going to be Texas isn't penalized because they played Ohio State. They're penalized because they lost to Florida. And I'm gonna pull back the curtain just a little bit. Ohio State lost to Michigan last year, right? And then they were still able to. I mean, different scenario, also, right? Like, I don't think Ohio State was staring down the barrel of a 2-loss season, if I'm mistaken, right? They might have only had just one loss, I think. But still, it's a little bit of a different scenario. But still, we got some sound from Sark. We'll break that down. Also, we'll sit here and be joyous, right, in victory over Little Brother here. But look, here's a kind of a standard I want to sit out there, or a precedent I don't want to sit out there, right? We don't celebrate because we beat Little Brother, okay? This was a disappointing season regardless, all right? But that's Little Brother shit. Like, to sit there and say, like, yeah, well, the season saved. We beat Texas. The season still sucked, all right? It's a disappointing season because of high expectations and standards, right? No, you don't lower your standards just to beat Little Brother, all right? Like, we have standards. We beat Little Brother, but we still didn't hit the standards, all right? That's Little Brother shit. Like, let's not go Aggie on this thing, all right?
Yeah, and I think the whole thing is what you have to take out of this is look at the look how the team progressed. I mean, you beat 3 top 10 teams.
It progressed, but it was up for me. I felt like it was peaks and valleys a lot, right? Yeah. And also a lot of the disappointment and a lot of the frustration comes from me feeling like this team could have ran, right? Especially against Georgia. Like, there's just teams where they abandon the run too early, way too soon, right? Instead of at the first sign of just a 2-yard run or a negative run or a run of no gain, they elect to go air raid, right? Which, sure, cross it up, get that high tempo to wear them down a little bit and then kind of lean into your run. I think that's what Sark likes to do anyways. It was very nice to see him break tendency on Saturday. And sometimes Double R, that's what you have to break tendency, man.
You do. You have to do something different, and they did it well. And what I liked was there were certain plays that weren't working on the ground, so you don't do that. But the ones that are working, you continue to use those, and they got better, right? I mean, that's the whole thing where you break that.
Even though you don't get a positive gain, you're still setting something up, right? You're giving a different look, a different type of mask or a guise, to your set or whatever, and then you're putting the opposition in a position to be able to make a decision based off of that formation that you're coming out of, right? Sure, they can start seeing a little bit of recognition with it, and maybe you can use that recognition to kind of throw them off a little bit.
Yeah.
Start to build off of
and this is pretty simple right here because they're 2-loss teams. That's the whole caveat with this. If Texas were a 2-loss team, if your losses were to, let's say, Florida and Ohio State, those are the 2 games that you lost. I mean, you'd be sitting pretty right now, but that's not the case. That's just not the case.
We can go with the hypotheticals all day long. It's not going to change the fact that we have 3 losses. And they got 2. Look, I'm a firm believer in head-to-head records, right? But as Coach Sark, kind of alluded to in his comments, everybody is getting, kind of awarded for playing weak schedules. Okay, if Texas is sitting here now with 2 losses instead of playing Ohio State and played Sisters of the Week and Scrupulous, sure, they're in. We're not even having this conversation. Your thoughts on the game first before we get into all these hypotheticals. We got some lane drama, and it's good to come. I've kind of been full. It's been a very thankful Thanksgiving weekend, right? a lot of cornucopia of food, but also with that double R, I've had some crow. I've been eating a lot of crow on here because your boy has been, been saying little brother's going to kick our ass, right?
Hey, dude, I did too.
Sometimes that old man, sometimes that family strength just gets you, right? It comes into play, and it's like, you know what, little shithead, you've been talking too much. I'm gonna knock you off the stump. All right, go back to pull your britches up a little bit. That's what happened on Saturday, big guy.
And dare I say that I think that A&M came rolling up into Austin, and it was one of those things to where they did. I mean, they're undefeated, whatever. Maybe they kind of downplayed this game a little bit, if even possible. And I say downplay in the sense that they thought that they were going to roll in and just do everything that you and I talked about.
Wait, you thought? Hold on, you thought A&M didn't get up for this game?
No, not that they didn't get up, but I think that they were overconfident into this thing where the confidence was exuding that they were going to come in. Because we talked, when I saw Anthony Hill was out, I was even more, and then with Smith not being able to come into the second half, I'm thinking, holy shit, this isn't good. And I think Texas did where I see a lot of with the first half conversation to where it was kind of quiet, kind of a little bit of a struggle for both. It's like, okay, if you can get through that first half without Anthill, without Smith, with the linebacker deficiencies, get through that, stifle that defense a little bit, and then here comes the offense in the second half. I think A&M a little overconfident. I think is probably the word that I'm looking for. They're fired up, they're ready to go, they want to win in Austin, but I think that they were kind of tooting their own horn. They were listening to what everybody was saying about them, and they got exposed, man. That's what was so great about this is Texas not only beat them, they beat them good. Again, second year in a row.
I thought they came out and they had a really strong plan of attack, right? It's just the Longhorns were able to shut down and kind of put a little bit of a damper on their passing attack, right? They were still able to gouge us on the ground. That kind of gave me a little bit of concerns and a little bit of caution or a little bit of pause there, right? But what's just crazy, just an outstanding performance by the defense to keep this offense under, or I guess the offensive passing attack under 200 yards, right? For me, like that was the key. And we talked about, who was going to step up in the absence of Ant-Man, and LaFau played probably his best game all year long, right? When he had to. Somebody had to step up and fill in, and damn if he didn't do it, man. Great. Big set of shoes to fill for Ant-Man, right? And LaFau lived up to it, man.
Yeah, he really did.
He had a great game. I still think the player of the game for me, even though I awarded LaFau the defensive player of the game, but I think we would be remiss if we didn't sit here and say how critical and vital Colin Simmons's play was just to keep Marcel Reed off the edge and push him back into Burke. Right, like that was everything that we were talking about that needed to happen for the defense to kind of speed this offense up and not let them get in the rhythm happened, right? And Marcel Reed off his spot was, still able to kind of carve us and gouge us, on the ground, but you weren't allowing him to get it to Concepcion and the Cravers as much as they wanted to, man. I thought it was an excellent plan of attack by PK, and hell, as long as you can get out early on a team like this, man. Remember that stat I talked about how their rush defense is kind of masked because they haven't had the opposition hasn't exactly ran the ball or I guess been deliberate with running the ball or stuck to running the ball right consistently against A&M. And when the opposition had to run the ball, they ran it in very predictable situations, right? Where they were just kind of running the ball just to kind of keep the defense honest.
They've given up chunk plays.
Able to pin the ears back, right? You go out here and you consistently run the ball down the damn throat, A&M's going to have a different reaction. We saw that on Saturday.
Yeah, they did have the tendency to give up some of those chunk plays, and that was where I thought that it was going to be that if you can run the ball, if Texas could run and make a true valued effort to run the ball, that's where maybe you could expose them a little bit, and they did. I mean, they really did. It was a great game plan, whether it was on purpose or by mistake or whatever happened here. Just think if you can run the ball, Wags, you and I preaching to the choir. Just think if you can run the ball like that. You can run the ball like that on a consistent basis, my brother. You are going to do fantastic things.
And I feel like they could have. I just feel like they abandoned the run a lot earlier than a lot of people wanted them to. Right when Sark is only getting 3.5 yards and maybe 4 yards a pop, I just didn't feel like that was enough for him. Like and he kind of went away from the run. That's kind of my observation that I saw all throughout the year. We kind of beat ourselves, and then hey, what do you know? A Saturday night where dirty laundry wasn't just plaguing us all over the damn field.
Man, so. How about that, man? How about that? And I got to give some major love. I mean, this secondary that I personally have been beating up on for the last 4 weeks. I mean, you want to talk about rising to the occasion. And how about Michael Taff? I mean, what a way to finish out your career at home.
Undefeated. Undefeated against the Aggies.
Yeah, and with an INT. I mean, you kill the undefeated season. I mean, boom, there you go. And I said that to somebody last night about that's Taft's last memory at DKR. Well, what if we get a playoff game? I'm like, you're not getting a playoff game. I'm sorry, you're not. It's not.
I think Black had the last interception though, right?
Did he? Okay.
Sealed the deal. I think so.
No. I have to tell you this. So Thursday or Friday, I'm driving to try to get here and do whatever, from the event that I was working. So I find the game on the radio.
What were you doing? I don't even know what the hell you were doing.
Oh, I was at Autorama. I was doing a big convention thing.
I think you're stretching yourself a little thin, buddy.
No, well, it is what it is. So I'm driving home. I had the game on. I found the game, and it was the A&M broadcast. You want to talk about the definition of homers. Those guys, my goodness. I mean, I've listened to some high school broadcasts that are better than that when you get homer announcers. I'm like, dude, calm down. Dude, it is bad. It is bad, those guys. Definitely little brother syndrome was happening Friday night on the A&M home broadcast.
What was the best thing you saw from the game?
The best thing I saw from the game? The offensive line, dude. Offensive line. We talk about running the football, and we've beat up and talked about the lack of the running game. That starts up front. I mean, these guys, these tackles, man. Trevor Gooseby. I mean, my goodness. Brandon Baker. I mean, these guys handle their business on Friday night. I'm all thrown off on the days here. They handle their business on Friday night, and boom, there you go. It's funny. It's funny what happens when you win the line of scrimmage, right? The much maligned running game opens up, and you're able to go at a pretty good defense. You're able to go at a pretty good defense and control them over 100 yards.
That's where I was going to lean on Trey Wisner. Just like the best thing I saw was Trey Wisner just being able to get after it, making one cuts and getting, scooting for another 20 yards and then scampering for 30 on the next play, man. Just it's always refreshing. And again, maybe I'm just more of a, traditional or an old head in terms of football, man. But when you can go down and just run the damn ball down the third of the defense, it's so disheartening, right? It's just demoralizing. Like, anybody can throw a bomb. Like, bombs are hard to complete, right? Because you put the ball up in the air, 3 things happen, 2 of them are bad. We get that. But yeah, and it's a beautiful thing to see. But when you're just consistently running the ball down the damn throat of the opposition, 5 yards here, 15 yards here, 3rd and 2, and they're trying to stop you, and you convert running the damn ball, right, to get a fresh set of downs and move the sticks. It's just demoralizing, man. The defense can't get off the field, and they wear down, which is, we all know this is football 101, man. That's what happened on Saturday, and the outcome that we needed happened. 27-17. Unfortunately, the rest of the college landscape didn't give us any help around there. Michigan, lost to Ohio State. I'm right here with the rest of the national pundits in a hypothetical land. If Michigan were to win that game against Ohio State, Michigan's in, right?
Yeah, that doesn't help the case at all. Yeah, that absolutely does not help the case.
But we are in the land of hypotheticals right now because there's still some things that are shifting around. Guys, I've been saying it for a while. Temper expectations. We're not getting in. We'll see what the committee says. Here is Coach Sarkeesian on if or should the Longhorns should be getting into the playoff. Now, it's don't hold your breath. It's a little bit long-winded, but we'll come back and we'll break this down and get your thoughts on the back end.
There's a couple things in here that to me are really telling stats. Okay. We're the first team since the 2019 national champion LSU team to beat 3 top 10 ranked teams in the same season during the regular season. So let's just chew on that for a second. There's been a lot of great football teams that have played over the last 6 years, but we're the first team since LSU to beat 3 top 10 ranked teams in the same season during the regular season. okay? I think we have the number 5 ranked toughest schedule in the country. We've played the number 1, the number 3, and number 4 ranked teams in the country, okay? We went on the road to Ohio State in week 1 and lost to them on a 1-score game, and we have the ball at the end of the game, and we outgained them by nearly 200 yards, and no one else has been close to a 1-score game against them. But I think more importantly, it's the message that what do we want to send to the head coaches and the athletic directors around the country? Do you want us not to schedule Ohio State? Because if we're a 10-2 team right now, this isn't a discussion. We're in the playoff. But we were willing to go up there and play that game. And so now when you play 5 top 10 ranked teams in the regular season and you go 3-2, you beat 3 of them, and you schedule an Ohio State out of conference play, I surely don't think we want to punish us to do that. Because what are we all going to do? We're all going to get out of those games, just like a lot of other teams in the country have done. And they've got nice, pretty records right now. But they weren't willing to go play these games at a conference. We're willing to go play those games. I just hope we don't get punished for doing that. And this whole idea that, hey, well, you lost to Florida. Well, the team that played for the national championship last year lost to Northern Illinois at home. So we're not going to you're going to punish us, and you don't want to punish them, but yet they were good enough to go play for a national title. So I have no doubt in my mind that the team we have in that locker room downstairs is a playoff football team and worthy of an opportunity to play for a national championship.
That's a good point about where he makes there about Northern Illinois. Because that's the outlier right there to where you can.
Everybody's
totally
calling for Florida, right? Everybody's saying Florida is the reason. It's not Ohio State, it's Florida, right?
Yeah. But I do think because with the committee, they're going to do the eyeball test, and they look at everybody different. That's the whole part of having the human element involved in this. And Rob's got it right here. Here is something else that does not help the eyeball test. You struggled in these games. Not the fact that you played them. You struggled in some of these games. So, but again, that was part of this team coming together.
Well, I actually think they blew out San Jose State.
Oh yeah. It's
like UTEP, but again, to Rob's point, the cupcakes, right,
Yeah.
where you're supposed to be putting people away, like the Chattanooga States, right? Like you still had some cupcakes on your schedule that you really struggled to kind of play, right? And we're not talking about the Kentuckys, we're not talking about the Mississippi States, we're UTEP, right, where they had 3 down linemen wrecking our offensive line. That was outweighed. We outweighed that defense by at least 45 pounds on average.
Yeah. And I get a win is a win. Look, I totally get that. But if I'm a committee member, because we talk about the body of work, we talk about the top 10 wins, I'm looking at the body of work, the top 10 wins, but yet you struggled. And the committee's not going to think about, okay, it was a matter of getting this all put together. It was a matter of the offense. It was a matter of new offensive line. It was a matter they're not going to consume all of that, unfortunately. And that's where this system, that's like this whole thing with Lane Kiffin leaving. This system is just so discombobulated, man. And
but at a certain point too, right? Like, do you want the teams with the best records in, or do you want the teams that are playing the best football right now?
Absolutely. That's what I like about
before I ask that, were we a team was Texas a team last year that was playing their best football at the end of the season?
No, I mean it wasn't, right? I mean that's a great point.
If we take that argument, are we contradictive of what we've done or over the past season? I mean, I still think that we were a team that Texas was a team that deserved an invitation last year. But if you're looking for teams that are playing their best if you're looking for the best 12 teams that are playing the best football at this time, I understand the argument, Sark. I just don't think that you can take one game, right, and make it an anomaly after the week before, right, or excuse me, 2 weeks before with the debacle at with Georgia. Like, there's optics, right? That's the problem. Like, a win's a win, a loss is a loss, but optics fucking matter, right? On how you win and how you lose.
And that's why I kept saying with the Georgia game, I'm like, if you lose close. And don't tell me 14-10. 14-10 wasn't the final. If you lose a close game where you battled hard, and you battled hard for a while, and then Georgia got you at the end, I think that may change a little bit, but the committee's going to look at Mississippi State. You know, that
well, a lot of
game.
people struggle with Mississippi State. Mississippi State, Texas wasn't the only team that Mississippi State took. Took down to the wire. I mean, sure, it went to overtime, but did not Mississippi State contend for in a lot of their conference games?
They did. But this is where we fall back to. It's still the 3-loss thing. I think if it was a 2-loss, even with the Florida loss, or let's say that you beat Florida and you lose to Mississippi State, and you have 2 losses, I think that you still have a better case. They're going to. You look at any projection, and you've got the 1-loss teams, and then there's 2-loss teams, and then finally there's. I think I saw something where Texas was ahead of a couple of 2-loss teams, but like BYU, and I mean those type, and that's what they're going to review, and that sucks.
I think
sucks.
I think being 16 and beating the number 3 team in the nation and only getting bumped up 2 positions is kind of crazy. Like. And I know damn well why they did it, right? Like, I think they deserve to be up into the 12th spot. But if you go into the 12th spot, what are you going to do with my art? Now you're just going to have that lingering conversation. All right, well, Texas is 12. Shouldn't they be in the the college playoff? But the committee's already said it's not ranked 1 through 12. It's the best 12 teams, I guess. So
and that's like where you said, Wags, with the hypothetical.
It's tough. It's frustrating, but
it is. It is. But
I'm seeing some of the I just turned the comments back on here. I'm seeing some of the comments now. You guys are right. Like this is the Bama argument from last year, right? And it kind of it's not where I was going with the conversation of last season. We'll be playing our best football last season, but it's along those same lines, right? Like this is kind of where Bama was at on the outside looking in. We were just like, nah, Bama, remember how we were last year. Bama, you're good. You're good out there, right? Like,
yeah.
Let's not contradict ourselves. We're in the same type of position. We didn't 3 wins or 3 losses. You just don't deserve in, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and see that's what I like about
it could be absolutely wrong. That's just my opinion. I don't think we deserve to get in. Watch from afar. Watch little brother lose in the first round. Let it burn, man. But let it motivate you to come back and be stronger.
And I've kind of taken it because I truly don't think you're going to get in. I mean, and if they do, that's great. But when I see Texas versus Michigan projected in a bowl game, Texas versus Miami I'm still going to be fired up about those because those are great matchups. They don't mean shit, but they're great matchups.
So Sal's got something here too, right? Like Ole Miss, what will they do without Lane Kiffin, right? Because the committee states like part of these precedents for the committee, right? Like the third one is, is there any injuries, players sitting out, not playing in a bowl game or coaches not being able to participate in that bowl game, right? That has some stuff to, make a deciding factors with the committee. Well, they take that in consideration and slide Ole Miss out. Like what's Ole Miss going to do without their coaching staff? Without Charlie Weiss Jr., without Lane Kiffin, without any of their entire offensive staff. Well, there's a lot to talk about here, man.
Where Ole Miss was really smart, I think, in all that bullshit yesterday. And I'm like, can we just all this great football on Saturday? And I kept seeing Lane Kiffin update. I don't give a shit.
Lane Kiffin wanted to coach. Ole Miss is denying him the opportunity to coach the rest of the season to fulfill the rest of the season.
I like what they did because
they got an 11-win season for the first time in their year. They've got 5 Egg Bowls now, and they got a chance to actually make a run in the playoff. And you're gonna tell them that they can't have their entire offensive coaching staff, and they're not going to be able to even have somewhat of a shot when they dance.
Not during recruiting.
You think that's the good move?
Not during recruiting season. I don't want them around during recruiting season when that's going on. And you have a lot of these Ole Miss guys that probably want to go with Lane, and they want to make that move and go with him when they're able to once he gets over there. And if I'm LSU, I'm like, look, we're paying you all this money. Get your ass down here to Baton Rouge and get to work. I mean, right now, you need to come down here and get to work because we have hired you now. But where Ole Miss was smart, I think, for this whole Florida State thing is that they elevate somebody within, and they say right now, you are the head coach, not the interim head coach. You are the head coach. And that's smart because that'll help where it's like, okay, it's the same system.
I don't know how that might keep recruits on the defensive side of the ball. I don't know.
I'm talking about for the playoff thing, about getting left out of the playoff. It's like, okay, here's our coach that's been our defensive coordinator.
You're removing the entire offensive staff.
if they haven't figured that out by now, Wags, how to operate that offense after being 11-1. I mean, it's going to be hard to keep some of that cohesiveness, to have that
what
there.
You just said, you're 11-1. You got the first 11-win season in program history, and you have a chance to actually dance, right? And you're going to sit there and tell your coach that, no, you know what? You're going to a school that's interconference, even though they're not even playing in the playoff, right? You're going to wish them well. Go ahead and set your staff up. I get it. You don't want another program to sit there and mess with your coach. The damage was already done, Ole Miss. Let the dude play out the rest of the season, and maybe you have a chance at winning a national championship.
Well, that's a rival. I mean, you're going to a rival, and I just don't see that there's. I don't know if Lane Kiffin. How is that dude during recruiting season is my big thing. Towards like, how's this dude going to actively be looking out for the best interest? He's going to look out for the best interest of that team that he has now.
I'm not trying to play devil's advocate to Lane. I'm not trying to give this guy, a cushion to land on here, because it's a tough thing of what he did to Ole Miss, right? But here's all you fathers out there, all right, that want to be around your families for as long as you can, or as many times possible, right? Like whatever opportunity you get out there to be around your family, you're going to seize that moment. If that's the case, and you guys feel that strongly about that, now I'm sure the $90 million bag helps out a lot, right? But for Lane, like another underlying thing was Lane said that this is going to bring him around his family, right? And I didn't even this wasn't even on my radar, right? His daughter going to LSU, like, sure, that's one hell of a selling point, right? To have all your family in Baton Rouge, and to have, strong family, family time and shit. Hell yeah, that's a selling point, right? You of all people should know, Double R. You're an emotional dude. That's one hell of a selling point, right? Yeah. Now the $90 million is one hell of a bonus, sure.
Sure.
Yeah,
real emotional.
It juices that family time up, right? A lot of KFC or
time,
Popeyes down there in Louisiana, man.
McRibs. My McRib count goes way up.
But yeah, like to give Lane a little bit of leeway on this, I should have seen that his daughter was there, right? I thought he was staying at Ole Miss the entire time. I thought he was just kind of trolling Florida and everybody else. But when the revelation happened, it was just in the back of my mind. Like, I just forgot that his daughter was there dating, the linebacker or whatever. Makes sense. And if I'm Lane Kiffin, you can throw shit at me all you want, from the fence line at the airport. Ole Miss, I brought you 5 Egg Bowl wins. I helped bring, an 11-win season here. I hope you guys can continue to build. It's not like you're burning. Well, you're taking the entire offensive staff with you. So
and players. That's the other part too, to where these kids have decided, and that's what sucks about this. I mean, folks talk about now where it's like all the leverage, with you can just leave. And like during the season, that's what I don't like about this, is like this decision right now. Make it to where it's after the year, because these kids are going to make that. And
where the recruiting windows are, it sucks. It does absolutely suck. So I think the powers that be need to come back and kind of put a lid on Pandora's box just a little bit. It has exploded the top off of it, and we got to find the lid first.
And the thing is with Lane Kiffin, I mean, the way that Kiffin is, when I saw during the week that it's like Florida has backed out of the Lane Kiffin sweepstakes, I'm like, all right, he's going to LSU. He's they don't just quit. I mean, the cash register is just as healthy there as it is at LSU. But I mean, for Lane Kiffin, I mean, it's a great career move for him. That's one of those schools where it's like,
I would say LSU's probably got more. LSU's probably got more resources than Ole Miss, right?
I don't know. Florida,
Oxford's got some money, but I mean, Baton Rouge, like that's their politics, man. Football's their politics.
But you have to think that Ole Miss. I doubt that this was a money thing. Like when he says it's not a money thing, I kind of buy
90 million. Double R. Let me put 90 million in front of you.
But you have to think that Ole Miss was probably close to that, don't you think? I mean, but if you're Ole Miss, that's where don't take a step back as your team's about to get dismantled. Next year we'll be talking. They'll be like what 2-9 right now because everybody's gone. But I don't know if it's a program killer, but yeah,
I would like. I see a lot of
drama.
mixed opinions in the chat, which is great. I love to see your all's comments and read your all's comments here. I'm with the opinion that I would like to see Lane stay with Ole Miss and kind of finish this thing out and see if they actually have a chance to win the national championship or play for the national championship. Right? I understand what Ole Miss, what their intentions are, and I get what they're trying to do, and getting their program, I guess without missing a beat, but it's ultimately it's just natural that you're going to miss a beat. You're losing your entire offensive staff, right? Like you're going to have regression. It's just going to happen. I would embrace the fact that you're going to lose Lane and embrace the 11-win season that you have and kind of carry it out. If LSU were in the playoff, that might give me a little bit of a different notion, but since they're irrelevant at this point, in my eyes, they're irrelevant, except for recruiting standpoint. If you're playing just for this year, I would like to see Lane kind of finish it out. But again, shit in one hand, wishing the other. What's it old? Wishing one hand.
See which one gets full first.
See what gets filled up.
Yeah. I thought about that last night when I ran over that computer that I texted you about.
Did the governor sign? I don't know. We got to ask Hunter. Hunter's a residential Tiger fan here in Double R.
Forget the governor. The governor can kiss my ass because what did he say? We're not paying these big contracts.
Well, yeah, we're not doing $90 million contracts anymore.
Okay, you don't consider that big? Come on, Gov. What you talking about?
Yeah, Austin, I'm with you. I feel bad.
Rex.
I absolutely feel bad for the kids at Ole Miss and for Ole Miss too, man. They were. Hell, when you thought the window was last year, right? Like they lost all of their chances of winning last year because they lost that offensive line and Harris and a lot of the and Jackson Dart. They able to come in and kind of replenish and supplement their losses, man. And you didn't think that they'd be in a situation where they're having one loss at the end of this season. And yeah, it just sucks, man. Absolutely, it's a great story. I'd love to see Ole Miss kind of do something with it, but ultimately without their offense, I don't think it's going to happen.
If you're Pete Golding, it's like, look, man, just get out there and shine. He's the coach, not an interim coach. He is the coach.
They went with the defensive coordinator with it, and they said, boom, let's rock with it, man. Let's make this guy the actual head coach and see if we can kind of put a Band-Aid on a broken heart.
There it is,
if you will.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who can put a Band-Aid on a broken heart, or just take care of all those insurance companies for you and blow the case right off of everything? It's our guy, Ryan Hurricane Heck, the lawyer in town that you need to go to, setting the standard all the time. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck. Ryan Hurricane Heck, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in our fair burg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans, wearing that burnt orange and busting down the burgundy. Ryan's not just a lawyer, he's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. You got any type of personal injury at all, give our guy Ryan a call. 512-938-8929. Again, lottery numbers 512-938-8929. Aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud. He's supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. One more time, Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
No doubt about it. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV for Christmas to put under the Christmas tree? Well, one place to go. It's Cobra BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They leave me alone or sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats a Cobra deal. Not now, not ever. Also want to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Looking for that home renovation project, a holiday experience, a cool holiday experience. And we'll tell you about a couple of them here. But one of them is, man, Get a room renovated, get a kitchen renovated, get a master bath or a primary bath renovated. Get that done, and I highly recommend. I'm a satisfied customer. You have to call McCall Custom Homes. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. Take that older home that you have that equity built into right now. You've been paying on this home, on your homestead, 25, 30 years, and it's starting to look a little boring, looking a little old. Well, bring our friends Mike McCall and his crew in. Let them jazz that thing up, and it'll look like 2025, almost 2026. Like I said, my primary bathroom, you go rolling up into that thing, and it is like, whoa. So they can do that for you. Check out that gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Get the free estimate at 512-633-9580. Get that done right now. Get that rolling. And I'm here to tell you, one of the most impressive things was when Mike and his crew came out, they're like, okay, we see what you're wanting to do right here. What if we do this or that? And it's not one of those things where you say, I don't want to do that. They're going to do whatever the final thing is. That's what they're going to do for you. Check them out today. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Free estimate, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And with that holiday season, starting to see holiday lights everywhere. Don't climb ladders. Don't be doing any of that yourself. You need to call our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. That's humbuglights.com. Check all of that right there. Everything is custom made. Custom holiday lighting, professional installation, full season maintenance and support. That's like if something goes wrong, if we get a storm, something happens up there, you call them, they come out, and they're going to make that right. They want you, the customer, to be happy. Off-season storage, you don't have to stick them up in the attic. These are commercial-grade lights that are going to be up there or that they're going to store for you. So this isn't the run-of-the-mill box store stuff that you're going to get. Multiple design and packages available. You heard Julia on here on Friday. You want a Texas package, Texas Longhorn, burnt orange. You want an A&M package. You want Texas Tech, whatever. They'll put it together for you. And it's a free design that they'll send over to you if you make that phone call. Remember, the Cyber Monday, it's still going on. Cyber Monday special, 20% off of full installation, code word BLACK, B-L-A-C-K, 833-4HUMBUG, 512-222-1820. You can do that via text or call. All the magic without the hassle. It's Humbug Holiday Lighting. Check them out today. And, of course, this is just a full plethora right here. This is just like the supermarket of getting the cool stuff. Tom McKay.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There you go. There you go. See the comment right there about Arkansas. Boy, they hit it out of the park, didn't they?
I choked on a piece of bacon, man. I went down there. I went to take a piss and then sneak a piece of bacon and choked on it.
Ryan Silverfield, new head coach of the Arkansas Piggies. Ryan Silverfield, Memphis did some good stuff with Memphis, but I don't think that was the hire that Arkansas had in mind when they were thinking about getting SEC relevant. No offense to Mr. Silverfield whatsoever.
Well, the Hogs will still be irrelevant.
The Hogs will choke.
On to a little bit of the professional landscape in gridiron here, amigo. Cowboys, are you guys for real?
my man, your clients, you've been advising your clients about the Dallas Cowboys. I see folks, the Cowboys might sneak into the playoffs. Well, fuck yeah, they're going to sneak in because they're going to win the East.
I did advise my clients to take that game.
You did. And I'm like, dude, you're full of shit.
When you're following or just kind of strolling off the coattails of the great Lee Sterling, it's easy to advise your clients.
Yeah.
Paramount Sports does great things for us, man, and Lee gives some good nuggets, man. I don't know what December is, but I took advantage of November.
I can tell you the Wagner wire ain't bad.
The Wagner wire ain't bad itself, but the Wagner wire gets some nuggets from Paramount Sports. We're going to say that. So.
Dallas is going to win the East, man, because Philadelphia's in shambles. The Cowboys, I looked up.
You're calling it, huh? You're calling it. Dallas.
They're a game back. They're a game back. Playing Detroit. Here's the thing for the Cowboys. Detroit is injury-riddled. Justin Herbert has got a bad hand now. He's got a broken bone. He's in surgery right now, as far as I know, but he plans to play next Monday. The schedule is kind of playing itself out for the Cowboys to make a little bit of a continue this run, my man Wags.
What were you more shocked about? The fact that the Cowboys beat the Chiefs, or Friday, the next day, the Eagles lost to the Bears? Or are you more shocked that the Bears are at the top of the NFC?
Bears, man. Well, I'll tell you, the whole weekend, what I was more shocked is Rams. We're about to crown you the kings of the NFC.
What a crazy game for Matt Stafford. 3 turnovers, accounting for 3 turnovers, 1 fumble, 2 interceptions, right?
Yeah.
The fucking Carolina Panthers. What a wild weekend, bro.
But Carolina. It's like, Carolina, can you figure out if you're worth the shit or not?
Well, Carolina, come on and raise up.
And the South, who's going to win the NFC South? Who's going to win the AFC South, for crying out loud?
I think Carolina. Is Carolina
one game back?
Falcons? What are you convinced that the Falcons are the best team? No.
Hell no.
No. Do you think, would you bet money that the Falcons, straight up, would you bet money that the Falcons would beat the Panthers?
The Falcons will shit the bed. No way. I'm going with the Panthers because it's like Carolina is just so weird to gauge. But a lot of these teams are, Wags. A lot of these teams. With the game
that Bijan Robinson has week in and week out, the Falcons still struggle to win.
Yeah, that's right.
You have all that talent on offense and you can't put it together. You can't figure it out.
Yeah. And I'm watching that Rams game yesterday, and it's like, so I'm like thinking big picture. Cowboys win the East, get into the playoffs. Let's say that you play the Rams in the NFC Championship. Again, very far out, broad, but observation right here. If the Cowboys play the Rams, those Cowboy receivers are going to torch that secondary, because that secondary is, whoo, man.
I don't know
on the Rams.
Torch the secondary. I mean, I think they had a very shitty pass rush against Carolina, right? And Carolina had one hell of a balanced attack to kind of keep them offset too, right? Like Chuba Hubbard being able to have his day come through, man. And yeah, you're right. Like, clearly Dallas has the better arsenal than the Panthers, right? I just think it was a matchup on the interior for the Rams, which is weird because you'd think that they'd be able to eat they'd be eating the Panthers' lunch. Just a wild game, and who knows? Maybe it was just one of those Sundays where any team can beat anybody, right? And but to the Panthers' credit, the Panthers are they're 4-2 now at home. So Carolina might just be a tough spot to play, man. The Panther Pit, I don't know what the hell they call that damn thing there, but
yeah, it's just you just don't know what's going to happen, and that's where you look at this right now.
Bucks won again. Yeah, I saw Jake's comment too. Bucks won. So,
but think if the NFL did their playoffs like college football, Dallas, for example, you'd look at them and be like, well, I don't know. They had a close loss against Philadelphia, but they got beat by the Panthers, who aren't consistent, and all this, that, and the other. That's where it's like these games just play themselves out.
Well, that's what Saban's argument was last year. Remember with Alabama, it's just like, are we really gonna, look at the Browns can beat the Patriots on Sunday, any given Sunday. Hell, that it happens from time to time. Are we going to sit there and say that the Patriots aren't one of the best organizational ran football teams? That's kind of, I don't even think he used the Patriots. He might have used the Steelers, but that's just kind of like the analogy that Sarkeesian was using to back up what you were saying about like the way that the NFL format is compared to the college football format.
And talking about the Steelers, what's going to happen in the North? I mean, Pittsburgh, that man, fire Tomlin. Come on, crowd. You got to be. You don't. Cleveland. Well, they're out of the hunt right there. But I mean,
Carolina's building. Carolina quickly put some young pieces in play, and they're making a run at some things. Man, now they're probably not a playoff team this year, but they might be contending for the Bucks, who's going to have a turnover coming. Anytime soon. I love what they have in the backfield with Bucky, Irving, and White, but still like Evans, Godwin, Mbuka, he's fantastic young wide receiver. They're going to have to continue to kind of supplement that a little bit as they start to turn a little bit.
And it's a lot like Jacksonville on the other side, to where it's a much better run than I thought you were going to have. But Jacksonville's still very much in the thick of the AFC South.
Yeah, they're not going away. They're still making a fuss. Yeah. So,
but it's like, who can they put 3 good games together, because it's hot or cold with Jacksonville and Carolina, and that's the beauty of the NFL.
49ers up there just playing spoiler for somebody. I don't think they're going to have a really good, strong, or decent dancing shoes when they get to the playoff. I think they're just going to be taking a spot away from somebody, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, it could. Go ahead.
And Jake's got it here. I think the Bengals, whatever they are, I think that they are, dude, they're going to get back into this because everybody's coming back to
Somebody has to win the North. Somebody has to win the North.
Yeah. It's like, my God, what the hell is going on here? You get Joe Burrows back, and it's like, shit, you actually have a chance right here to make a run. Oh, man. AFC.
Just a really fun week of football, man. Really fun week of football. Of course, it was tipped off with that second scoop and great helping of seconds there as we beat the hell out of the little brother again. But, hey, look, it's just another win, guys. It's just another win. It's not our Super Bowl, right? But it's a great way to finish the season, but it's just little brother. That's all. It's just little brother.
Get you ready for
let's keep little brother back in his shoes. Let's put little brother back in his shoes.
Get you ready for, as Mac Brown used to say, a nice bowl game. Get you ready for a nice bowl game. We're looking forward to a nice bowl game. Nice, N-I-C-E, not ice.
Yeah, 32-14 though, the Bengals over the Ravens. Looks like they're starting to find themselves again as they find their roar. Giants and Patriots tonight, Double R. Giants playing spoiler. Patriots number 1 in the AFC right now.
Jackson Dart, my man. Jackson Dart. Where Denver's offense seems to kind of at times go to sleep until Bo Nix turns into a bulldozer. I think that New England is very solid and consistent, and they don't do that. I'm looking at Jackson Dart coming back. I think, again, good football.
I don't agree with this move. I don't even know if he's actually playing yet. I think he's healthy. I just don't know if he's tended to start. I think they still might roll out Jameis Winston. I don't know why you would kind of risk the future of your franchise there, especially when you only have 2 wins this season, right? And I think everybody in the nation knows what the Giants are doing, especially like the fan base of the Giants, right? Like, let's make this entertaining. Sure, it's 7 and a hook tonight. Maybe we can kind of crack that and keep it closer. But ultimately, the goal is to have a good showing, but to lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying tanking's fun, but ultimately you just gotta embrace where you're at right now. And the Giants, if they want to get out of purgatory and kind of climb back into contention a little bit, they have to embrace losing and not try and lose the first round pick, the first overall
get crazy
pick, right? Even if you don't need the first overall pick, you can package that damn thing and get more picks coming in and build your draft capital that way. I think the Patriots handle business tonight. No. Patriots win, but they don't cover.
Yeah. I think we see what we saw last night. Hey, look, the Redskins, there was a lot of fight in the Commanders last night. I mean, those guys, when I saw that matchup, I'm like, oh, man, this is going to suck. Man, that was great. That was a great way to end a Sunday plethora of football. That was a fun game to watch. Marcus Mariota out there showing out with Scary Terry back out there. Rodriguez, my cousin, running the football. There's a lot of fight right there in the Washington
how about
team.
this dude, Adonai Mitchell, getting his first touchdown yesterday.
Hey, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I think this is an entertaining football game now. Where is this game? I'm sorry, I don't know.
It's in Foxborough.
Oh, it's in Foxborough. Okay.
It's in Foxborough, yeah. So again, 7.5 right now is the line. The over under 46 and a hook. Monday Night Football. It is 23 degrees currently in Foxborough. It's probably going to drop about 7 more degrees during the night when it gets there. Doesn't look like there's going to be any snow in the forecast or anything like that, but
yeah,
still, and not like New York or Jersey isn't brittle, right? That's got some chill in the bones that'll absolutely break them. But yeah, I think the Giants keep it close, but ultimately they lose.
Yeah. So here in Houston, had a lot of folks fired up yesterday about the Texans. Folks coming up about the Texans beating the Colts. Daniel Jones starting to look like Danny Dimes again, my man.
No, he's the MVP, bro.
Oh man. So I mean, Houston's kind of surging a little bit right now. That's where that South is so kind of zany to me. And Houston gets Kansas City next week.
And it's not like Houston's playing their best ball either, right?
No,
and they're still able to win.
Not at all. I mean, you still got parts and pieces missing. And Stroud coming back. Stroud, by all means, wasn't great yesterday. I mean, he did about what the other dude has been doing, and it was good enough to win because you lean on that defense. But now Houston gets Kansas City. Could Houston be the one to deliver the knockout blow to the Chiefs and say, you're staying home in January, boys? Woo, man. Big one.
I'm going to say something right now, and I hope this doesn't come off as Homer, okay? But with the game that Stafford had yesterday, I don't know if Stafford's my solid number one pick for MVP now. Right, he allowed the door to be open just a little bit, okay. And I'm not trying to placate to the Dallas fan base here, but I think you guys got a bid for Dak to be NFL MVP again. I mean, just playing lights out. And let me ask you a question, right? You take Dak Prescott off this team, where is it?
The cellar.
Seriously,
the cellar.
Seriously, and that's the mark of the MVP, right? Most valuable player.
Yeah. Absolutely. I
know a lot of people can say that about their quarterback because it's a quarterback-driven league, right? But
yeah,
like that's not just having an anomaly of a year. Like this is now consistent seasons where Dak has put it together.
He has. It's like every other year. It's like solid, hurt. But this right here, and that's like we talked about, 10 years this dude has been the quarterback of the Cowboys.
If the dude stays on the field, he's just solid.
Absolutely. And everything, it's like where the pieces are coming together for him is with, with Lamb and with George Pickens, and you've got Ferguson. The running game has come out of nowhere, it seems like. Here's a cast-off that you're bringing in from Denver, and this dude is out here just an elite rusher right now. And Wags, solid offensive line.
I'm just going to say this, right? Because it's been a disparity in the quarterback position around the NFL. It feels like quarterback disparity in the NFL at times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's looking for the next answer. Okay. In a era of disparity, I wouldn't be so quick to throw away a quarterback, right? And a lot of you Cowboys fans out there were beating the shit out of Dak. Right, wanting to throw him away. I was wishing him to New York. Come on in, bring it. Absolutely. Now New York, it seems like they found their future franchise quarterback, but still, let's pump the brakes when we, have our franchise quarterback get hurt or have a salary conflict or a salary issue, right? Like. Pay for what you know, right? And embrace what you have, and don't just try and throw it away thinking that the grass is always greener on the other side. That shit's still grass.
There were conversations in this last draft, where folks are saying Cowboys need to find the next option. And I think a lot of people were buying into that. And I mean, he is just, but you look at Dak. Yeah. Dak's physically looks better than he ever has. I mean, the dude is working his ass off. Talk about the weapons. Talk about whatever.
what you call me a homer if you want to, but which is wild because I'm a Giants fan. But past 3 years, I don't think there's been a quarterback that's played consistently like Dak Prescott.
Absolutely. Here's a dude that knows a little bit about Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
Mr. Nick Harris. How about it? I asked Double R the same question. I'm going to ask you, right? What were you more surprised with? The fact that the Cowboys beat the Chiefs or the fact that the Bears beat the Eagles?
Ooh. I would go Bears beating the Eagles because it was on the road in Philadelphia, and they are now the number 1 seed in the NFC. Who would have freaking thought? Wwho would have thought that? Makes the Cowboys' loss up in Chicago look a lot better.
2025, baby. Chicago Bears.
Here we are.
Yeah.
How was your weekend, man? Good Thanksgiving?
Man, fantastic. Good football. Went to the Iron Bowl. Had an absolute blast. It was I'll tell you what, I've been to, I think, 18 NFL stadiums now. I've been to a few college stadiums. That is the best environment I've ever been to.
The Iron Bowl.
At Auburn, Jordan Hare, unreal. It was phenomenal. So everybody, next time,
have you been to the big house? Have you seen Ohio State and Michigan yet? Live?
No, I haven't. Hopefully one day I'll be able to. It was so close to being able to make it happen this year. If the Cowboys had played Detroit this past week rather than this next week, then it would have been possible. But they never would have played on Thanksgiving weekend anyway. But it was a thought at one point in time.
Jay Guns, how was your Thanksgiving, brother?
It was great.
You back up in Dallas, or are you still down in Austin?
No, I'm back home in Fort Worth. I left my microphone cord in Austin though.
Hey,
so.
There you go. That's always gear check.
Yeah. So we're on AirPods for the next few days until I figure out what cord it is and I order it. So
I ran over my work computer last night with my trailer.
That sucks. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I thought you were just I thought you were bullshitting on the show, but I guess you really did.
I did. Had to call the supervisor at 7:00 and say computer, and I told the truth. I thought I had all these different stories I was going to tell. I'm like, I fucked up and ran over my computer.
Just you were in a hurry and you ran something over. All right, gents. Well, hey, Double R, be safe getting home, man.
Yeah. Thank you, Wags.
I'll see you. I'll talk to you when you get back up here. But great conversation, fun conversation. Very thankful that you and I are able to do a show. Very thankful. Hey, you guys have a great show. We're gonna get out of your hair, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Good to see you, fellas. Have a good one.
Well, hey, welcome on into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Nick Harris. Nick, we already talked Cowboys Chiefs Friday. So if there's anything else you want to hit on from that or from the weekend in the NFL, feel free. You're lagging a bit, but we still got you. I think we should be all right.
Okay. I do want to address some questions in the chat. I have been to Red River, Jason. I have been to Red River. Iron Bowl was still a lot better. Iron Bowl was unreal. I was saying before you got on, Jordan, I've been to probably half the NFL stadiums now. I've been to a handful of college stadiums. There's still some ones I need to get to. Don't get me wrong. I haven't been to Death Valley. I haven't been to the Horseshoe. I haven't been to the Big House. But and Neyland Stadium's another one. But Jordan Hare, Iron Bowl, best environment I've ever been in. Hands down. Hands down. It was incredible.
When did you get back? Because I know you drove.
I actually ended up finding a cheap flight to Atlanta and then drove down. So made it work.
Oh, never mind then. That makes it a lot easier. When that drive from Atlanta to Auburn, what, 2.5?
1.5, 140 from the airport. It's a little bit closer.
Okay. Not bad. All right, we're gonna start with Texas A&M. We can come back to your fun road trip down to the Plains, or trip, I should say, down to the Plains here in a sec. But man, how about the Longhorns? 27-17, 10-point double-digit win for second year in a row versus the Aggies. I mean, what a win. I was there in person, not in the press box, but in the stands. And I've grown up going to Texas football games. My family had season tickets in Section 2, Row 10 for the early part of my life, the late stages of Mac Brown, Charlie Strong era, some of the Herman era. Didn't go to games for a few years, but man, there's no question that is the best home atmosphere I've ever seen in Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium. Not just DKR. Not just DKR, Texas Memorial Stadium. There's a reason those plaques and all those, memorials and things in front of the stadium. You got to remember, not just World War II, but World War I. And yes, they did play Thunderstruck. Actually, I don't know how I'll do this here. Let me pull this up. I recorded the intro if anyone wants to see it. I don't know if y'all want to see it. Just drop it throw that in the chat, and I will show you all the video. But really good atmosphere, man. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen in my life the Texas home crowd make the other team false start. And like, I'm not, trying to revive the wine and cheese conversations from the last few weeks, but I mean, seriously, what an atmosphere. And A&M, Mike Elko, say what you want. They prepped those things, and they still were not ready for the atmosphere. So, pretty shocking that the Texas stadium and crowd had a bigger impact on the game than the Kyle Field A&M crowd did last year. I mean, look at the difference in penalties. Something there, and yeah, a little bit of light mist. It was kind of a wet or a cold wet, or a wet cold, where it felt a lot colder than what the actual temperature was. But
oh, we're doing that.
Yeah,
later.
I mean it was a great time in Austin on Friday night. Not the craziest day on the stat sheet for March Manning, 14 and 29 for 179, but tremendous on the ground, 7 for 53. I don't know if Steve Sarkeesian has ever coached a better second half in his time in Texas. If he has, you can count how many times on one hand. The second half adjustments were tremendous. Pete Kwiatkowski, has made it pretty clear he kind of owns Colin Klein now. I believe he's 4-0 versus Klein as a play caller. That's including Klein at A&M or at Kansas State. And I mean, hey, like, yeah, I don't know what else to say. A lot of good stuff from it. Gonna just kind of scatter shoot. Nick Townsend, behind the scenes, this is a guy who, I don't want to use the word upset, but a bit disgruntled with touches. He wanted to touch the ball. He's played a lot this year for a true freshman, more than I think any true freshman tight end has actually ever played under Steve Sarkeesian. But a lot of it is, hey, you're the second tight end on 12 personnel, and we're using you to block. You're not even running a route. If you are, you're the fifth option out of the 5 options. And, he's asked to touch the ball. They work it into the game plan during practice. And then what happens on Saturday is a bit different. So I think that was very good that he touched the ball and scored. Will kind of ease some of those maybe frustrations. And also, I wasn't worried about Townsend not being on the team next year. And I definitely think that eases any potential concern there. Trey Wisner, big game Trey. That's what they call him.
Big game Trey.
Tremendous versus OU back-to-back years. Tremendous versus Texas A&M back-to-back years. Even with, the Texas run game, Texas offensive line being as inconsistent as it was, they showed up when it mattered. Put together the most consistent 4 quarters of football from the offensive line, from the run game that we've seen this entire season. And I mean, it couldn't have come at a better time. So a lot of good things to say. Had some things jotted down I wanted to hit on. Texas, pretty rough start to the game. After the first half, down 10-3, just over 100 total yards of offense. Texas first 3 drives, 24 yards, 13 plays. However, second half, different story. Finished the game with almost 400 yards of offense. In the second half, outscored A&M 24-7, 3 consecutive scoring drives of 50 yards, 70 yards, and 83 yards, and had 218 total yards on the ground on the day. Not bad at all. And one thing, too, that I think kind of speaks to, with Trey Wisner, everyone kind of knows the deal with him. He is what he is. Very unlikely to be an NFL draft prospect. If he is, he's day 3. But a tremendous college player, an energizer bunny, someone who plays way above their weight, their size, and with their heart on their sleeve. I mean, one of the few guys, not only on the offense, but on the entire team, that actually shows emotion, that consistently shows fight. The amount of times through the last few weeks where, I've come on here on a Monday or Tuesday and said, hey, why does Trey Wisner, Arch Manning, and DeAndre Moore look like the only people that give a fuck? Because that's been the case a lot of times this year. A lot of people obviously cared on Friday in that game, but Wisner's been consistent, and I mean, it reached a peak on Saturday. So PFF, they track yards after contact and average yards after contact per attempt. Wisner for yards after contact, 108. He averaged 5.4 yards per contact per attempt. Arch Manning, I believe ESPN had him 53 yards. PFF has a track that 30 of those yards came after contact. Missed tackles forced after a rush. Wisner had 3. He had a long of 48, 6 carries of 10 plus yards or more. Arch Manning had 3. And on runs of 15 yards or more, Wisner had 4, Manning had 1. So pretty damn strong. 7 first downs rushed for from Wisner, and Manning had 4 of them. And then I'm either remembering this wrong, maybe I'm not. Per PFF, the offense is only charged with 2 penalties. I don't know why I felt like there was maybe a bit more than that, but I believe Manning had a delay a game. There's 1 for him. It doesn't list the penalty. And then Robertson also had one, which I think was maybe a false start, if I'm not mistaken. But an awesome night in Austin. Truly, again, like the best home atmosphere I've ever witnessed in, my 22, almost 23 years of going to Texas football games in DKR. So it was great. And I mean, hey, Twitter afterwards was awesome. Always a fun time hopping on social media, looking at message boards after a win like that. For a sec, I thought about running and grabbing me a Tex Aggs membership, but, we saw the highlights on Twitter, so it's all right. We got another highlight in Elko's press conference. I get where he's coming from, but, man, in a game like this, things like this, anything you say will be used to make fun of you, especially if, you look like Mike Elko.
And I like Elko. I like Elko a lot. He's the most likable A&M coach of all time.
Yeah, I agree with that. And, the one thing I'll say, yes, Texas obviously won. I think they outcoached them. But with Elko, that's the right guy for them. An infinitely better hire than Mark Stoops would have been, better than Jimbo Fisher. They can really be something there. So it's going to be a great rivalry the next few years. I think both teams are, we're consistently going to see a top 15, top 20 ranked matchup in this game, even though it's going to be at the final, week of the regular season. So we'll see if that changes. I do find it kind of funny that all throughout last year, the entire SEC outside of Texas, the 15 other teams, media markets bitched and moaned about Texas's schedule in the SEC. Oh, they got an easy schedule first week of the SEC. Well, this year they've beaten 3 top 10 teams. Only team in the country that's done that since 2019, LSU. I'm sure everyone knows that because Steve Sarkeesian's repeated it every chance there's a microphone in front of his face, which I don't blame him for. I'd be doing the same thing if I was on his shoes. And you look at this year's schedules. You look at A&M's schedule. They played every single team besides Kentucky that's had a coaching change. Well, and I guess Ole Miss. No, they didn't play Ole Miss this year. Then you look at Ole Miss, they have an even easier schedule than last year. So, people are always going to bitch and moan about schedules, whether for the better or for the worse. It's going to change year to year. But I mean, yeah. So, all right. We can circle back to the game. I'm sure we'll be talking about it throughout the week, especially when I have Wags on tomorrow, Eric on Wednesday and Thursday. And there'll be, I think, some more things that maybe come out of it. Last thing I'll hit on, the offensive line played pretty well. Statistically, I don't think this is the least amount of pressures they've allowed in a game, but they allowed 11, or at least per PFF. 4 of those are from Cole Hudson. About standard for the course. He's usually leading the team in pressures at the end of games. He had 4 of them, gave up 3 hurries, 1 sack. Brandon Baker gave up 2 pressures, 2 hurries. DJ Campbell, 2 pressures, 2 hurries. Wisner and Pass Pro, 1 pressure, 1 hurry. Robertson, 1 pressure, 1 hurry, and Trevor Gooseby, 1 pressure, 1 hurry. Real quick, shout out to Trevor Gooseby. A&M came into this game as a team that exceeded the 2024 season total. A&M played 13 games last year. By game 9 of this season, A&M had exceeded their 2024 season total for sacks, pressures, QB hurries, tackles for loss, you name it. Statistically, a better defense, though, Cassius Howell or Torian York or DJ Hicks might not be as big of names as, Nick Scourton and Buddy, who's on the Bengals, who isn't doing anything there either, Shamar Stewart. Forgot his name. But this year, it's a better unit. Cassius Howell, who entered the game leading the SEC in sacks with 13.5, only had 3 pressures. Rylan Kennedy had 3. Tyler Onyedim had 4. And Torian York had 2. So pretty damn good. And then you look at Texas's defense. Yes, Colin Simmons was held every play, didn't get home for a sack, but 7 pressures, most at anyone in the game. 6 hurries, more than anyone in the game. And then Ethan Burke, another, great legend for the Texas A&M rivalry, at least on the burnt orange side. 4 pressures, 3 hurries, 1 batted pass, 1 QB hit, 6 total tackles. And then you look at the stops. A stop per PFF is what they deem tackles that constitute a, quote, failure for the offense. Ethan Burke had 5 stops, Hero Canoe 3, Ty Anthony Smith 2, and only 1/2 a play. Colin Simmons had 2, Jelani McDonald 2, Leon Glafau 1. And then there's about 9 players that had 1. So really just top to bottom, good effort. One thing I'm very interested, I question if anyone will even ask about it, but it was very clear to me that Cade Phillips was hurt, left the game, I think, late second quarter, early second half, and never came back. Kobe Black, Warren Roberson filled in for him. I think Wardell Mack might have gotten a snap here or there. And with Kobe Black, how he played, versus a really good A&M receiver group that has NFL guys, kind of makes you look at the outlook a little bit differently for him, I'm not going to – how should I say this? I would say over half of players on Power 4 teams, at least in conferences like the SEC and the Big Ten, in some form or fashion, them or their camp has been in touch in some degree with another program. I don't want to call it tampering because this happens at every program and every program does it. So I don't even, I'm not going to address it that way. But there have been some murmurs about Kobe Black a little bit. They've quieted down the last few days. I think how he played in the game versus A&M changed that a bit. And, Malik Muhammad has been expected to go to the NFL after 3 years in a row. And that would leave Cade Phillips, Grayson Littleton coming back as starters next year. And the question everyone else has, well, who's the third cornerback? Wardell Mack, Kobe Black, maybe Warren Roberson, who knows, a portal player. It changes the conversation a little bit with how Kobe played. And he'll obviously have to parlay that into a really good offseason, spring ball, and, winter workouts in January. But he has all the tools. He's always had all the tools, and it's starting to click. So really good to see. Yeah. All right. I'm going to hit on some questions, and then we're going to get into some recruiting stuff from the weekend. Another good weekend for the Horns and the recruiting trail. What is he referring to here about hard-boiled eggs? Is that an Iron Bowl tradition?
I think he maybe thought I said the Egg Bowl.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I didn't see the bowl in that. Here's a good question. It's going to come up eventually. I'll just ask you this now. Do you think Texas is deserving to be in the playoff? Question 2, do you think Texas should be in the playoff? Because here's what I think. Do I think Texas is a top 10 team in the country? Yes, because you have to be top 10 to get in this scenario, since 11 and 12 are going to be auto bids. Yes, I think they're a top 10 team in the country. Yes, I think they're playing like a top 10 team in the country as of late. I think they have the resume that backs that up. But as much as I would love to see Texas in the postseason, if Texas gets put in the postseason, the CFP committee sends a message. The regular season, that everyone just played, the regular season records, that these teams have a better record than Texas does, that doesn't matter because of the eye test. So they're in a very weird spot. The CFP committee is. Again,
I
think Texas?
I think it goes both ways, because if they don't put him in, then it's also saying like, hey, don't schedule anybody in your non-conference because it's only going to hurt you.
That is correct. I was getting there as well. And I mean, with that, like the people, the playoff and postseason talk is such a nuanced discussion, because non-conference games always had the potential to hurt you in the BCS. In the 14 playoff, you have to win your games. At the end of the day, you can't leave any doubt. Texas has left out. They have 3 losses. And, people are making the argument, well, it's the Ohio State one that hurts the most because, Texas was always going to have to play Florida. Guess what? If Texas, beats Ohio State, still loses to Florida and Georgia, they're in. If they beat Ohio, or if they lose to Ohio State, beat Florida, but lose to Georgia still, they're in. But that's not what happened. You have to win your games. You can't leave doubt, and you have to acknowledge it is up to Texas at the end of the day to win the games and to not leave doubt, and that's what they've done. So do I think Texas deserves to be in? Yes, I think they're a top 10 team in the playoff. They've beaten several teams that are going to be in the playoff, and I think they could beat several other teams they haven't played that are going to be in the playoff. But it's not the way this world works. It's not the way I'm expecting it to work, and unless the CFP truly pulls a rabbit out of their ass, takes Ole Miss out of there for half the staff being gone, or just does something unforeseen, they're not going to be in the playoffs. Texas won't. So those are my thoughts on it. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add. Is, a bit of a G5 guy with UNT.
Well, I mean, UNT is going to get their spot regardless. It has nothing really to do with Texas. I think with I like the way you posed the question. Like, are they one of the top 10 teams in the country? Probably. And I think they're playing that way right now. But are they deserving of getting into the playoff? I do not think so. You can't go to Florida and lose. Only one of 4 wins that Florida had all season. And you can't go to Athens and get beat like that. I know it was a close game in the fourth quarter, but, those style points, they matter and things like that in the committee. And 35-10 against a team that is for sure in the playoff, a bona fide playoff team going to the SEC championship. I don't think you can have that on your resume either and justify getting in. I think this is less about the Ohio State loss and a lot more about the Florida and Georgia losses than people realize. And, that was kind of Sark's argument right after the game, is saying like, well, why should we schedule, these non-conference opponents? And if they're left out of the playoff, what use do they have keeping Michigan on the schedule and keeping some of these other big non-conference games on the schedule over the course of the next 5 years? I think those serve just as much as style points as anything else. Because let's say Ohio State, right? They won that game in Columbus week 1. Let's say that they're finishing 10-2 right now, or let's say that they're finishing 10-2 right now. And the argument is, okay, should they be in over Alabama or Notre Dame? That style win against Texas matters. And I think that's the flip side that I don't think Sark and some people that are, justifying that side of things kind of realize, is that, yes, you're right. Losing a non-conference game, for sure, it doesn't help at all. But winning one certainly damn does. And so, we'll see what the committee ends up falling on. I don't think they should be in. It kind of reminds me of Ole Miss last year, a very similar resume, and Ole Miss got left just out. I think it should be a similar scenario this year.
Yeah, and I mean, look, with the way the playoff works and the people on the committee, people are going to be pissed off no matter what. Like, that's part of it. It's college football. But, like, one of the things Steve Sarkeesian said, like, hey, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois last year, and they went on to compete in the national championship. It's like, well, Steve Sarkeesian, that was Notre Dame's only loss in the regular season. You have 3 of them. They had 1. And they beat the shit out of everyone else they played last year in the regular season, just like they have this year, outside of their 2 losses to Miami and A&M. So it's, it's a different ball game. And like, with the way the CFP has been set up, as long as it's been set up each year, it's different. And with Texas, a message is going to get sent to them regardless, or sent to college football regardless of what they decide to do with Texas. If Texas is in, it means, hey, this is pretty much the eye test. fuck all the regular season and everything that we just spent 3 months doing, 4 months doing. That's the message that gets sent that Texas is included. If they're not included, like you said, it sends the message you should schedule out of conference cupcakes, because if you don't and you lose to them, you will be penalized for it. And if you're Texas, I might be a little biased. I cover the Texas Longhorns and SEC program. The SEC is the best conference in college football. I think you can get Big Ten folks to agree on that. Some of them, ones with brains. If you are playing the toughest conference in college football, does it make sense to play in Ohio State or Michigan once a year, or Notre Dame? Because that's what Texas is scheduled right now, all the way through like 2035. So I don't know how that works. I honestly, the way CDC, Steve Sarkeesian, have gone about things, I don't really see them, kind of tucking their tail and calling up Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State and saying, hey, we're not playing anymore. We're going to go schedule, UTEP. I don't see that happening. But is this change, the 20, 36, 37, 38 games that they're probably working on scheduling here soon? Yeah, it definitely does change that. Even though, 10 years from now, 12 years from now, we might be talking about a 2014 playoff. All they want to do is expand this thing. So
we're only going to play conference games, and it's going to be a 64-team playoff.
Yeah, it's like the one thing that is very kind of funny / interesting to me, when Texas is in the Big 12, it's, hey, SEC, they play this 8-game schedule. And the SEC is overrated. It's hyped up from preseason rankings. Now Texas is in the SEC. The same people bitching about the SEC when Texas is in the Big 12 are now saying, man, the SEC and Big 10 are playing a different sport. Big 12 and ACC, they should only get one team each. Screw G5, they need their own playoffs, Like the conversation changes a bit depending what conference you're in. That has happened with the Texas fan base. I've noticed a lot of that. And I understand it. It's natural, human instinct at that point. But yeah, sorry, gonna look at some of these other comments.
On the topic of 7-5 Duke getting into the ACC championship, though, if they win the ACC championship and they get into the playoff, this entire thing should be burned down. This entire thing should be burned down.
Yeah. I mean, the thing, too, that I think is like, this is me putting my SEC homer hat on. BYU is 11-1. Their one loss is to Texas Tech. It was a non-competitive game. It will be a non-competitive game in the Big 12 championship later this week. And their only 2 losses will be to Texas Tech, and they'll probably get included in the playoffs still. Does anyone think BYU is a top 12 team in the country? Does anyone genuinely believe that? How many teams in the SEC could BYU beat? Like I know I'm kind of doing what's the meme of Patrick and SpongeBob doing the D-Wade LeBron dunk, and it says South Carolina would win the Big Ten every year or something like that. Yeah. I know I'm kind of doing that. But, like, seriously, Texas Tech is the only team in my eyes from the Big 12 that should be in. From the ACC, to be honest, I don't think any of them deserve to be in there. But if anyone does, it's Miami. They pose the biggest shot to actually winning this thing out of anyone in the ACC. Or SMU, but you can't go and lose to the Calgorithm, who don't even have a head coach. What are we doing, right? Like, it's a good thing Lashley signed that extension because, SMU was dumb enough to think he was ever going to leave to Arkansas. But that's what happened. So, yeah, we got a question here from El Maestro for Life. It says, if we are using conference rules to gauge college football playoff bids, Texas has the same record as OU and Vandy in head-to-heads with OU, Vandy, and A&M. Now, the question is, if they, as in Oklahoma and Vandy, play Ohio State, do any of them win? No. At least that's my answer. I don't know if Nick thinks differently.
I'm trying to figure out what the question is here.
If Oklahoma and Vanderbilt played Ohio State, do they win?
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Especially
A&M maybe, but I'd go no for A&M. Like if I was betting money, I'd put up money on Ohio State, not A&M. But yeah. Nathan said Texas needs to get Austin Thomas, and Austin, apparently he and Lane are not on good terms. I don't know anything about that. I thought he was announced as one of the guys that would be retained, but Not sure. Jake, I'll get to this in a sec. Let's see. Antoine said Jermaine Bishop had a great performance. Going to also talk about that in a sec. Said surprised Texas didn't push to flip Jamarian Vincent. Yeah, the Jamarian Vincent stuff was weird. The last DB staff liked him a lot. The new DB staff hasn't given him the time of the day. A national reporter reported twice in the last 3 weeks that Jamarian Vincent was in talks with Texas about visiting. And I was like, there's no way this is true. And I hit up Jamarian Vincent, and he said he hasn't talked to Texas in months, and then committed to Michigan 5 days later. But yeah, what a decision by him. He has all the traits, tools, but he's been playing quarterback for most of his football career. It's what he plays at the high school level. He needs a lot of development. And you have a lot higher chance of getting developed for the NFL draft in Michigan than you do at Baylor. And you also get to get out of Waco. So shout out to Jam Vincent. Woodcrest said the 12 best teams won't be in the playoffs this year. To be honest, I don't think they were last year. Boise State, cool story, fun story. Were they a top 12 team in the playoff? Probably not, but they deserve to be in there. Weren't they undefeated last year?
They lost to Oregon at Eugene week 2.
That's right.
Which means, in my opinion, honestly, I think they were beating Ole Miss, which Ole Miss was the team left out last year. I think they were beating Ole Miss because that was that argument last year, and I didn't want to hear it. I thought Boise State was a better team because they went up. They went up to Eugene. Think about how good that Oregon team was in the regular season last year. Went up to Eugene and had a chance to win that damn ball game late in the game. So I don't know. I think it's a different argument with Boise State. But let's say North Texas or Tulane or James Madison. That's the team that gets in. I mean. Those teams probably are not going into those teams are probably not going into Austin, I would assume, and beating those teams. I think they'd give Texas a hell of a ride. I think they would. It'd be a good game, but I agree. I agree mostly.
Yeah. And question for you, Mr. Mean Green. Is Boise State a better rep for the G5 in the playoffs than whatever will be rolled out as the rep for the G5 in the playoffs this year?
I'm going to say this about North Texas. And I've watched every single one of their games this year pretty intently. If you had asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have said, man, if UNT gets into the playoff, it'll be the last time that the G5 ever gets a team in because they're just going to get smoked, steamrolled in the first round by whoever they have the honor of getting steamrolled by. However, seeing how this offense has played in the last couple of weeks, I'm not saying that they're going to go into College Station or Athens or Eugene and win a ball game. I'm not saying that. They're going to give a team a hell of a fucking ride, though. This offense is rolling, and they're going to go into New Orleans this week and play Tulane. I think they'd be a stiff test for whoever has to draw them first round. I'm just putting it out there. Whatever the line is when those first round lines come out, take the UNT line plus 25.5 or whatever it ends up being because I think they're going to make it a close ball game.
I got to see who they play first. I know Eric Morris is sticking through at least, this week, and if they make the playoffs. Is Summerall doing the same with Tulane, or is he done? Okay.
Yes. And what Chris saying, North Texas doesn't stand a chance in the trenches. Okay, then why is their entire starting offensive line getting tampered by P4 programs right now? I don't know. Their quarterback is going to be a P4 quarterback next year. Who knows? Their running back is probably going to be starting at Oklahoma or LSU next year. They have a ton of talent, and when we look up 3 months from now, it's going to be like, oh, that makes sense why that UNT team was competing because their entire offense is going P4. I mean, so yeah, they can compete in the trenches. They're probably not going to win in the trenches against A&M or some of these other teams, but it's why they've been able to run the ball with such success. It's why they've been able to have the number one offense in FBS. But yeah, don't sleep on them. That's all I'm saying. Are they one of the 12 best teams? No. But I do think they're a hell of an opponent to have to draw in the first round.
Yeah. The one thing I hate BYU because I think no matter what they're in, because I don't think the committee penalizes them with a loss because both their losses are to Tech and one would be in the conference championship game. But then if they win, they're not taking Tech out either, even though they'd have 2 losses to an Arizona State and BYU team. The game I would love to see, BYU versus UNT, whether in Provo or Denton, but neither of those teams are going to be, ranked 5 through 8. So even if BYU wins. I don't think they're 5-8. So yeah, Jake Bayless brings up what a lot of people have been hitting. Duke isn't going to get in unless James Madison loses in the Sun Belt Conference Championship game. I don't think it matters. I think JMU could win the Sun Belt and they're still not in. Strength of schedule, and also like.
So you think they would put in Duke over James Madison?
I think they could. I just think like
UConn. Duke lost to UConn a couple weeks ago, and also Duke lost.
Trust me, I know. But you got to understand these CFP people, ESPN people. Do you really think they want 2 G5 teams in this thing?
They can't justify it, especially when Tulane literally beat Duke in week 2. Like they literally have the head-to-head to prove against an AAC champion, and then on the flip side, a James Madison. I can't see how they justify this one when they lost to UConn and Tulane. I can't see how they justify it.
Hey, I'm with you. That's what I think is going to happen. Hey, could anyone justify?
I'd be putting in
UNLV undefeated ACC champ Florida State getting left out. I know the quarterback was out, but still.
Yeah. I personally would be putting freaking UNLV in over Duke. if James Madison loses the Sun Belt, UNLV wins the Mountain West. And I hate UNLV. I think they're the biggest frauds in G5. It's just it's wild.
Yeah, they need to get rid of auto bids. That has to happen. I can't remember. Is this the last year of auto bids? Do we know?
I have no idea. It changes every 6 months.
Yeah, there's too much change. I forget. Antoine said, looks like they're projected to play Michigan in the Cheez-It Bowl in Florida. It's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, I believe, in Orlando at Camping World Stadium.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I don't really pay attention to non-CFB bowls because Texas hasn't been in them in a while. At the end of the Georgia game in Athens, all their student section, which is sat right next to the Texas away fan section, at the end, you started chanting Cheez-It Bowl and like Citrus Bowl. And I'm like, wow. I and them both thought the Cheez-It Bowl and Citrus Bowl were two different things. I guess they're the same thing this year, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, that one's in Orlando, so not a fun one. I looked up a lot of different bowl projections. Pretty much everyone had Texas versus Michigan in that one, so that's what it's looking like. Where's the big Notre Dame?
Send it back to the Alamo Bowl. Let's get the tradition rolling again.
No. Be careful. Be careful what you wish for. Where's the big Notre Dame one on their resume? Hey, a lot of people asking the same thing. I will say, though, they've done what they're supposed to do to inferior opponents. I believe all 10 of their wins are by double-digit points. By the way, Leonard Moore, balling out of control. Round Rock's finest.
I will say their loss to Miami. Their loss to Miami should override. If Miami is left out and Notre Dame was put in, that's a disservice.
Yeah. I mean, hey, like I said earlier, someone's going to be pissed no matter what. Sorry, I'm still catching up on these. Jordan, do I think Will Stein goes to Kentucky? I don't know. It was kind of weird how quickly that got reported. Obviously, he went to Louisville and was the guy at QB before Teddy Bridgewater showed up. So, I mean, look, I know he had several teams interested in him last year at the Power 4 level. He wanted to wait for a really good opportunity. Where is Kentucky in the grand scheme of Power 4 teams?
Not good.
Because it's bottom quadrant. They're in the bottom 4 in the SEC. Less money. You're a basketball school. Like, if he was going to take a job just to get a head coaching job in the Power 4 level, I think that would have happened last year. Could this be the biggest name job, biggest conference job he gets offered to him this offseason? Potentially, but is it the best opportunity? Probably not. I'm not Will Stein, but if I was, I would run it back at Oregon one more year instead of going to Kentucky.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't think Austin Novosad is going to be the long-term starter there as much as I'd like him to be, or at least next year when Dante Moore leaves. But you're Oregon, you have a lot of money. They're very likely going to buy someone in the portal and figure it out. That's what they've done pretty much every year of the Landing era. So I don't know what the drop-off looks like next year from the quarterback position, but you'll have DeCorian Moore back, Evan Stewart back, some O linemen. This should be right. You can probably wait another year, get something better. CB asks, Neil Brown going to UNT. Nick, I don't know if you've seen it, but former West Virginia and Troy head coach, current Texas special assistant to the head coach, Neil Brown has been reported as the emerging favorite for UNT. First person I saw that had that, Mike Craven, Dave Campbell's Texas Football, one of the better guys on G5 football in the state of Texas. What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, that's what the streets are saying. I have kind of mixed emotions about it. On one hand, he was really successful at Troy and led them to back-to-back Sun Belt championship appearances. Won a Sun Belt championship with Troy. On the other hand, it's like, damn, do we want to bounce back? P4 failure because he went to West Virginia and it just never really worked out. Maybe it's just a guy who's better at the G5 level, and maybe UNT is looking for some consistency out of their next head coach rather than getting the next hot shot who's just going to move on after 2 or 3 years, because they just continue to get pounded with that in all sports, basketball and football now with Eric Morris. So it could just be like, hey, let's get this established guy who has proven track record in G5, who's already made the P4 jump and it didn't work. So teams are going to be a little bit more hesitant to jump on him again. Maybe they're just looking for longevity out of this. Mixed feelings, but I understand the thought process. I will say the AD at UNT is like 6 for 6 in hires right now. So I'm just going to trust his method.
Yeah. Hey, read a story on the Denton Record Chronicle this morning, talking about Neil Brown, spent the last year at Texas, going to learn some good things before he goes to UNT. And it's like, dog, these teams aren't even playing the same sport anymore almost. Like the entire UNT roster budget, you could probably find one player at Texas who makes more than that, or two. But hey, I mean, it's still a good experience. One thing I'm curious about, what would you think about Chad Scott, offensive coordinator of the UNT Mean Green?
No.
Well,
it was fun while it lasted. And speaking of,
yeah.
I got to roll. I got a press conference.
Yeah, you're all good. All right. I'm going to close it out solo. Probably going to go late because I still got to talk recruiting. But good catching up with Nick. Appreciate you hopping on, and have a good one. But with Chad Scott and UNT, I've heard nothing there. I just hey, Texas hires Chad Scott. A few weeks later, his former head coach joins him in Austin as a special assistant to the head coach. Why does that happen? They want to run a lot of gap scheme stuff, changed a little bit of the O-line, the run game, and it worked horribly. Said it all year. Actually said this for 2 years. Trey Wisner is his own runner. He's best as his own runner. It took until about the midway point of the season to get rid of primarily running gap scheme and change it to zone. Texas, Wisner on Friday, more of his runs were zone running, and that's where all of his longest runs were. What a coincidence. Point I'm trying to get to here. Could Chad Scott's tenure be ended after 1 year in Austin? Potentially, but I don't think it happens. But Neil Brown pretty much got the gig at Texas, the special assistant gig, from the connection from Chad Scott being on staff. Could he maybe try to repay him back? Because Scott and him were together at West V. They've worked together. They've run a gap scheme, run offense together at West V, tried it at Texas. If he wants to run that at UNT, he probably will try to get Chad Scott to come with him. If you're Chad Scott, you worked your way up and busted your ass your entire career to get a job at a place like Texas. Do you put your eggs back in the Neil Brown basket after it failed you at West Virginia? I don't know. I'm very curious how that'll work, who will be on that Neil Brown staff. Because I doubt Scott would be the only person he would try to take to UNT. So yeah. And Nathan says 7-5 Duke has a chance to get in over Texas. That is a disgrace and disgusting. Look, I agree with you, but fortunately that's the way they set this thing up. Bub Texas said, what if BYU loses by 40 to Tech? Then they have to be out of there, I think. It's not like BYU is down a QB or anything like that right now either. Sorry, I'm catching up here. Woodcrest says, what are the chances CDC cancels Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame games going forward? Highly doubt it. Sorry. Oh, Shelby, sorry. We didn't see this till now. Appreciate the comment. Appreciate it a ton. It said, if we don't schedule Ohio State, we have the exact same resume as Alabama with much better wins and much better losses. That is true. That is very true. But fortunately, they did schedule Ohio State. And unfortunately, Alabama has one less loss than Texas does. So yeah, like I think Texas should be in the playoff. I want them to be in the playoff. It's good for business. It's good for vibes in and around the house, in and around the state. I just don't think they're going to get let in. So whether or not they do, a message will be sent from the committee to Texas and, the greater reach of college football. But I just struggle to think that they're going to use their brains to come together and put Texas in as a top 10 team, even though eye test wise, what they've looked like the last few weeks, what the resume says. I think they are a top 10 team. But, like I keep saying, you set a precedent. You put Texas in, it kind of, dissolves the regular season, how much it matters a little bit, or at least starts getting that conversation going. So, yeah. The problem, though, is just there's so much change happening in college football, and the changes that are being made by people who have a vested interest in the money making and maximizing profit, getting as much money as you can, not keeping the quality of the sport high. That's why they got rid of the clock stopping, and games are quicker now, but there's even more commercials, right? All they want is more money. That's why the playoff got expanded. That's why they're continuing to try to expand it. Like, it's all about money, and it sucks. It is horrible. I had an uncle come and pick up something because my grandma travels around, and she left her iPad in Austin. And I was driving up to Fort Worth. He lives in Fort Worth, and he stopped by to grab her iPad and, started talking to him. He's a TCU guy. He's been a minister, or was a minister up here in Fort Worth for decades, went to TCU, lived here since the 70s, and used to be a huge TCU fan. I started asking him, what are you thinking about Sonny? He's like, man, I root for them. I watch their games, but it's not the same. What do you mean? Free agency and NIL, the portal, all that, it's just not the same. And he's right. It isn't. And just the whole playoff discussion, everything, the way these things work, we don't get an answer for anything for the playoffs. They tell us which different metrics they use when answering a specific question on why a team did or didn't make it, but won't tell us what weight these metrics formulas have and how the rankings get to where they're at. Like a big thing that we know is control. What is your control rating or metric, whatever the hell they call it? And by control, I mean like how much of the 60 minutes in 4 quarters is your team leading for? How much of the 60 minutes in the 4 quarters is your team leading by 1 score, 2 scores, or 3 or whatnot? Texas's control rating is not good. They were behind or tied with Mississippi State for pretty much 4 quarters. Same with Kentucky. And in the Georgia game, the one that Steve Sarkeesian and Texas are like, look, we were down 1 possession in the 4th quarter. Well, Texas never had the ball with the chance to tie or take the lead and since early in the 2nd quarter of the Georgia game. And that's what the committee will bring up to tell Texas fans why they didn't make it on Tuesday. But they're not going to tell us how much of the control factor, what percentage that went into the formula or metric and what they decided that deserved for Texas to not be ranked. So there's so many things wrong with the committee. I think the most upsetting thing and annoying thing is that sitting athletic directors are doing it. Like, they have the time to watch this many college football games, to know this much about college football staffs, the depth, the talent that is on these teams, where the talent comes from, the chemistry on these teams. And also they're biased because they're sitting athletic directors. They want to pump up their school. They want to lift up their conference. Like, I don't know who should be on the committee, but I can tell you who it should not be, and it's sitting athletic directors. So a lot of things that should change. And again, Shelby, appreciate the donation a lot. And you make a great point here. I very much agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I would root for Duke to win and set a precedent to leave the ACC champion out. I think that'd be great. I just don't think it happens. Sorry, that LSU OU game set football back 100 years. It did. That was a rough one. Sorry, I'm still catching up on these comments. Rodney Smith said, weeks ago I saw a recruiting video on a QB who Texas wants as an athlete, but I can't remember the name. The kid was so elusive, kind of reminds me of Lamar. Any idea who that might be? 90% chance you're talking about Legend Bay, plays quarterback for North Forney, but it's kind of always been a receiver / athlete, prospect, recruit, whatever you want to call it. Was committed to Tennessee, but Ohio State flipped him. Texas offered like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I don't know why they took until November to offer him. It was very stupid, but they did. And when they did, Ohio State already had a silent commitment from him and turned up the pressure. And before he could even schedule a visit to Texas, he flipped to Ohio State. And Ohio State had an offer on the table since May. Didn't really recruit him or push for him until he started going nuclear as a senior. And I mean, yeah, like 3 days after he got the Texas offer, he flipped to Ohio State because he took an official visit to Ohio State the weekend before he got the Texas offer. And for anyone asking, that ship has sailed. He's not going to flip to Texas. If he does, Stark pulled a rabbit out of his ass. Dan Lanning would be licking his chops if they'd played North Texas round 1. He would. And his player personnel team would probably be with the clipboard like this, watching warm-ups like, yeah, Caleb Hawkins, 900K to the young man, or Mestamaker. Hey, shit, maybe Mestamaker stays in green, goes to Oregon. Not a bad one there. Let's see. Should we expect these NIL guys to play in this meaningless bowl game? This is a great question. So, talking to several people in the agent world, NIL world over the last few weeks, trying to get a gauge of which players from Texas are going to end up in the portal, which ones already kind of had backdoor deals done, which ones are considering leaving, considering coming back. I heard several were going to announce the day after the A&M game or 2 days after if Texas lost. They obviously did not lose. They won. I think we're waiting to see announcements from Texas players that are leaving until after the committee announces what they're doing Tuesday. And then around Wednesday, Thursday, you'll probably, see those Hayes Fawcett edits and stuff about players going in the portal. And just a reminder, the portal has shifted. There's now only one window, January 2nd through 16th. The players are announcing their intentions to enter the portal then, because it pretty much, you're raising your hand saying, hey, come tamper with me. I'm trying to get paid. Or, hit up my agent. It's in my bio. We're trying to get paid. So, yeah, as far as expecting these guys, do I think Anthony Hill is going to play in this game? Probably not. Do I think Malik Muhammad will play in this game? Probably not. Those are guys with the draft choice. Jelani McDonald, maybe. That's kind of a decision on whether he's coming back or not. Now, I could see Michael Taft wanting to play one more game in a Longhorn uniform because he'll be out of eligibility, and I think his draft stock is kind of what it is, and he could only raise it at this point. So I think potentially Taft, but I mean, like transfer names, I can't really talk about the guys that I think could leave because it's not public and I don't want to start stuff. But to answer this question, I think there are some players who have the opportunity to come back that are looking at going into the transfer portal. They might not play in this game because they will already have their destination lined up and, are going to be working to get on a new team. So wish I had a better answer, but that's kind of what the deal is there. Jack Burton said Denton Ryan versus Alito rematch in the regional semis. Who you got? I want to go Denton Ryan. JT Sanders is a younger half brother, has been balling for them this year. Texas has had him on a few visits. They have not offered yet. I think they eventually will. And his half brother's name is John Catlin, the 4th or 5th, I forget. He already has like a dozen offers. But I think Alito will get him. Those kids are built for the playoffs. Caden Finley's been awesome when he's been healthy as a senior. And I mean, it's been one of the most productive receivers in the state since he started on varsity for Alito as a freshman. So I got to go Alito. But I mean, I could see it going either way. That one should be a banger in the playoffs. CB said, what if Sark called Stein and said, hey, can be my OC? I don't think he does that because that means Kyle Flood would have to get fired. And I don't think he does that because Will Stein is not going to go take the same title, but have play calling duty stripped. I don't like if Sark is hiring an OC, I still think Sark is the one calling plays. He's just like, hey, everyone, I hired an OC, get off my back. It'd be kind of a move like that. But yeah. Antoine said Kadarius McMiller finally got the UT offer. Jeremiah Douglas and Julian Caldwell are repeated visitors. Thoughts? Unless Caldwell made it in and I missed it, he did not make it in. He had a playoff game Friday that kicked off at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the Metroplex. He just unless he showed up to Texas at 10 p.m. after the game was over, he did not visit. But I do know Jeremiah Douglas, Kadarius McMiller did. Notable there. McMiller, dream school was Texas. We expect him to end up at Texas. But with, signing day coming up for 26 and the portal following after, probably not going to get anything notable from McMiller until January and the junior day. So, yeah. And then Jeremiah Douglas put out a top 5. Texas is in it. I think they lead her towards the top. Is a 3-star, but a guy Texas likes more than his ranking, or at least Chris Jackson likes more than his ranking. And a really, really solid, productive player, gone sub 11. I believe is verified above 6 foot. Sorry. And he's entering his senior year with like 2,700 receiving yards as well. So pretty damn productive. And I think hooped as a freshman or sophomore, so multi-sport background. Do you guys have a report with EJ Holland? I don't. He was at Horns 24/7, but that was before I got there. And I think same deal with Nick. But yeah, Brian Dayball to UNT easy. No. Rodney Cleveland trending away from Texas. Yes, he is. We do not expect him to sign with Texas. We expect him to go play for Bill Belichick at North Carolina. Tar Heels putting a very big NIL offer on the table, or rev share offer, financial package, whatever you want to call it. We expect him to end up there. I'll hit on that more in a sec. The John Summerall hire, really similar to Napier for UF. Hey, G5 coach from the state of Louisiana. There it is. Alvarado versus Salina, Friday night in Mansfield. That'll be a banger. Would love to see Alvarado's season continue, but I don't think they'll be able to get past Bo Bentley and I think they're the Wildcats, Salina. I don't know. Joey Austin answers a question we had earlier. No games will be canceled. No non-con games will be canceled. College football playoff going to 16 teams in 2027. So 9-3 Texas will get in come 2027 if the losses are not terrible. Antoine said, Jordan, did you ever give a breakdown of linebacker commit Rocky Cummings? I did not. I'm going to save this for later in the week. I'll go through the whole class post-signing day on like Friday, and I'll save it for that. Wag just texted me I got to run, so I'm going to try to go quick. Yeah, you do make a good point here, Steven. Shelby bounces. No one wants to hear it, but the solution is to use the BCS rankings to seed the playoff field. There's a website somewhere that does this, that has rankings if the BCS system is still used. I'll try to pull that up for tomorrow's show. Jose said, Jordan, how does it work when Sark doesn't want a current player on the roster anymore? Do they just not renew their NIL scholarship? Does it affect the staff with future players? Is it publicly known? Yeah, I mean, how do I say this? Like, some of them are very obvious. Like Freddie DeBose. I didn't have to text any sources at Texas when he went in the portal to know they pushed him out. It was very obvious. Other guys are different. But for the most part, like if Texas wants to keep a player, they keep the player. At least the last few years, that is always what's happened. As far as what it looks like now, I know the new way of kind of cutting people is you go, hey, Jose, your rev share deal ends in a few weeks. We need to talk about a new one. But we talked about a new one, and we're not going to pay you anything. So if you come back next year, you're playing for free unless you got a marketing agent who can get you some NIL deals, some true name, image, and likeness deals. So unless you want to play for free, you should probably leave. Usually that's how it goes, and no one wants to play for free in 2025, so they leave and go, find someone who will pay them. That's kind of how it's working. I know rev share contracts have been offered. I know of several players that plan to go in the portal that were never offered a new rev share contract and were told they're playing for free at Texas if they come back next year. So yeah, and I mean, I don't think it ever has to go as far as like not renewing a scholarship or getting compliance involved. You pretty much just tell the player, hey, you're never going to play here. We don't want you here. You should go in the portal, and they get the message. I mean, that's what happened with Zach Swanson, the Arizona State player that made some headlines, last year in the lead up to the Peach Bowl. Let's see. So McDonald has enough boneheaded plays on tape that he could fall on his eval. That is a good point. The thing, though, he's out of anyone that's going to get drafted or have the potential to get drafted out of Texas come April, I don't know if anyone's stock could soar more from the combine than McDonald. Like 6'3", 6'4", former high school quarterback, full-time three-phaser in high school, plays special teams at Texas. And in high school, averaged like 27 a game as a junior in basketball, was the Waco Tribune's Waco Area Basketball Player of the Year as a junior, and was never going to be a basketball prospect. Also ran track. I believe he won the 4A triple jump and high jump. So, like, he checks every single box. He's going to test like a freak show. I think he has 34-plus inch arms because I know he has like a plus 6 or 7 wing. And he'll probably have one of the higher standing verts of anyone at the combine as well. So he's a competitor. He's one of those guys that, like, I remember he was a late invite to the All-American Bowl. They invited him like the day before because kids cancel late and they have to scramble. Usually they just invite in-state kids in Texas because the game's in San Antonio. Like, he got invited less than 24 hours before the ones who had invites for years started getting flown in. And this dude walked into the check-in room like chest out, kind of acting like he was better than everyone else. Because that's the confidence Jelani McDonald has. Like, he's an uber confident player. You have to have that as a defensive back. And he's a guy that I think, will come across really well in interviews, and he's going to test well. So I get what you're saying here. Like, there are highs and there are lows with him, like 100%. But he's a guy who can really help his stock in Indianapolis. So, yeah. Jose said, if Bishop signs at Texas, do you think he'll start year one? I don't know about start, but definitely make an impact and play for sure. Does Devin Sanchez flip? No, he's still a freshman at Ohio State. Bevo Lance Jason said, Jordan, your lovable Dripping Springs Tigers advance in the playoffs. Gonna get to go Tigers. Go Tigers. I'm going for the Tigers this week because they're playing the Vandergrift Vipers. That's where my stepbrothers went. So Poland for Dripping Springs. Oh, wow. I did not know Bo Bentley was hurt. That is notable, Mr. Patrick. So, yeah. Oh, did Warren Roberson announce he's going in the portal? I don't know. I haven't seen that. I just am looking at these. But all right. Hey, I got to run because Wags has to shut it down the back. I'm sorry. I plan to go longer. Going to do quick hitters. Great commitments from Jamarian Carlton, Easton Royal. We'll talk about those tomorrow. I have 5 names of note I want to talk about. Bryson Martinez, the LSU offensive tackle commit. We expect him to stick with LSU. Texas does. Richard Anderson, 5-star LSU D lineman. He will stick with LSU. That's not happening for Texas. And then Josiah Vilmail, 4-Penn Travis, 3-star corner, ended up officially visiting K-State this past weekend. However, if he's a take at Texas, he's going to end up at Texas. The thing is, they're waiting on Teray Davis, officially visited this past weekend. I will have more on him tomorrow. He's deciding between Texas or Washington since UCLA. He's still committed there, and they still haven't figured out who the head coach is going to be on Monday before signing day on Wednesday. But Teray Davis is a take. If he ends up committing to Texas, then we think they're full and won't take Vilmail. And then lastly, Rodney Cleveland, Texas D-line commit out of Birmingham. He is expected to flip to North Carolina. North Carolina has offered significantly more money than other schools on several players. Like for Calvin Thomas, I know he's getting $500, and I think everyone else offered in the 300s. So I'd imagine it's another above what everyone else is paying type of deal with Rodney Cleveland, since UNC has done that to get their guys. And then lastly, we'll talk about this tomorrow, but some 27s. I feel like they made up some ground with. I got 4 5-stars. John Meredith, nation's #1 corner out of Euless Trinity. DJ Jacobs, nation's #1 overall prospect out of Georgia, also a Georgia legacy. Marcus Fakatau, I need to figure out the pronunciation there. Former #3 overall prospect in 2028, recently reclassed in 2027. Told me Texas is in the top 3 after taking his first ever visit to Austin with his family. And last but not least, Ismail Kamara, the 5-star Frenchman out of East Texas, now at Gilmer, Texas, very high on his list. Loved the atmosphere there, and said he thought Texas would have beat anyone in the country in that atmosphere on Friday night. So some good reactions there. Like I said, we'll have more tomorrow. Sorry we weren't able to finish it, but yeah. So up next, the Texas A&M postgame show from our friends at 3rd and Longhorn. I'm getting out of here and we'll end the stream, but Chip and Zay will be back on it at 2. Y'all have a great Monday, a tremendous Monday, and catch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Y'all have a great one in peace. Thanks for tuning in.